It's like with double quotes, you know. Like,
yeah, it's like a play, like we're taking back the word slut kind of thing.
mm-hmm. It's anti-Semitic.
Are you coming to the gay parade in Tel Aviv?
Probably not.
Oh.
It's so gay.
Actually, I never went to any parade in Tel Aviv. Not even there was Nike. Like anything.
Did you go to the love parade that we used to have?
Love parade?
Yeah, it was like the straight gay parade.
No.
Have you ever read a book about gay values?
Listen, I never been to a foreign parade even.
No.
Yeah, I know.
Like
Have you read a book?
Yeah, I never went to a parade. Yeah. Even when I was in elementary school. They didn't have that in my school.
Hello? Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Hi, I'm going to my local
It's Mandrake.
I'm going to my local pride parade this week, and I want to know, should I cleanse my rectal passageway prior to the event?
Absolutely.
So keep it clean just in case, JIC?
Mm-hmm. Just in case.
In all seriousness, John, what happened in the room there, man? You got lambasted by that weird bird.
Yeah, he called me a kike and he was going to slit my throat.
Nutcase.
Geez, I hope his son has a happy pride. I mean, his daughter. I just want to know, is it okay to go to Pride Fest and offer heterosexual deconversion therapy treatment services for homosexuals?
But whoever wins, like you will try to convert the guy will try to convert you, and let's see who wins.
Oh, this is Edmund.
Yes,
Yeah.
Edmonds. We have a question.
Yeah.
Go ahead. What is your question? Hello?
Michael.
What are you hiding?
It's a recorded room now.
That's bad.
You removed him. You're hiding something.
What was your question, though? What was
What? I didn't remove anybody. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, you're talking about me? I would remove somebody?
Yeah.
I didn't remove anybody. What the fuck are you talking about, you fucking weirdo?
Whoa.
Yeah, you removed them. I can tell.
I did not remove anybody.
Yeah, he's getting awfully defensive.
No.
The room of psychology is so weird and wild in here.
John.
He's anonymous now. John, come on, another account. Come.
Yalla, John. He removed you again. Oh, cat dog is this?
Yalla, welcome.
John.
Meow. Meow. I came to speak with Bow Wow. Meow. Meow.
We have a question.
Meow.
Unbelievable, Michael.
Why are you hiding?
Michael. Straight jackets all round. Who's in? Nora. Nora, you there?
Michael.
Yeah, Michael, who were you talking shit about that you don't want us to know?
So,
No one.
Michelle.
Who was that? We're gonna find out. You know this, so you may as well just come up with it now.
Michelle?
Yeah.
How is the weather in England today?
Why, where are you?
I'm in France.
It's okay. Is that what we're doing? We're talking about the weather?
Well, whenever I come across an English lady or...
Yeah, we had a more important conversation actually going on.
Exactly.
Like, I don't give a fuck about the weather in France right now. Michael,
What?
what? Who were you talking shit about that you don't want us to hear?
I literally don't remember. I wasn't even talking shit about you. Shut up. I wasn't talking shit about. I was not talking shit about you, Yasmin. So stop.
I don't think you were. I think it's bigger than that. I think you were talking shit about somebody even you're more scared of. Because if you're talking shit about me, I probably would have known it by now. But the fact that you're trying to cover it up so much makes me think that you were talking shit about somebody you're genuinely scared of. And I have
Like who?
well, I have some theories on who those might be.
Who?
But you really don't want us to know. There's a reason why. Who were you talking shit about?
I'm the cover of the sun.
Huh? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So
So you have every idea.
no, I don't.
Then why'd you remove John twice right before?
I never removed John.
Mm-hmm.
God, you're retarded. I didn't remove anybody. Stop.
Gonna find out eventually, Michael. It's gonna happen. Reb, I'm picking up the glasses today. Well, I'm gonna go to the glass place.
Oh, yeah.
It only took me like 3 weeks. Just only 2.
What you do, you kind of like wander from place to place and see things. What are the ways you think are the most novel ways you see AI being used?
So why is nobody talking? It's uncomfortable.
Doing chats and coming up with prompts, but there's other kinds of things I imagine you see.
Because I'm messaging John.
Oh, you're so smart.
I've seen
Yeah, you're stupid.
AI in many different
Yeah,
ways.
you were talking shit about
Like,
somebody you're scared of.
Meaning,
Who was it? Just tell us. It's all over now anyways. You may as well just come out with it. You'll feel better. Come on. Who was it?
Hello. Hello, guys.
Not right now.
Hello. Are you guys from Malta?
Yeah, I'm from Malta, actually.
I'm from Gibraltar. Sorry. Actually, I just downloaded this app only. I'm first year. Congratulations. Why, what is it? I don't know how to use this.
So wait, are you actually from Malta?
No, I am from India.
Oh yeah, now I hear it.
I'm from India, Kerala, south side.
South India.
Yeah.
Dirty. Oof.
Oh,
Lower cap.
The north is nice though. Where's Billy, by the way? Speaking of South Indians.
I'd be good John if I was in.
I miss Billy. I haven't seen him in a minute. He's so busy with his new job. Hello, ça va?
Well, very good in the home. I'm good, Baruch Hashem. What about you? Guys, Toda Rabba for fighting the fight, keep on doing it. You're doing a great job. I'm taking notes. I'm learning. You're incredible with your history.
Do you remember that guy at Charlie that was on here?
Who?
Do you guys remember Aloha Charlie?
No.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, Aloha Charlie, he used to have like those crazy rooms and just like he'd say the most obscene things.
Yeah,
And
with
then
the
he
Asian
got
face.
doxxed, and he was a Supreme Court, not a Supreme Court judge, but some sort of like state judge or high up judge, and it turned out the entire time he was like in his judge's chambers talking shit, trolling everyone on here.
That's awesome.
That's how I feel Kanedalach is. I think that Kanedalach is another case of this.
Oh my God, I'm definitely not a judge.
I think you might be a case of this, though.
I don't judge nobody. I'm not going to judge you now. But I know who you're talking about.
I bet you do.
But I know who you're talking about. I remember this one. He's American. He was a Southern American Southerner. He used to be a judge.
Yeah, big judge, big name.
He wanted to get on the. He wanted to become a governor in Texas. Yeah, somewhere around there.
I remember, yeah, but he was quite a prominent individual. But he
What
used to
was
say
his
the
name
most
again?
obscene Aloha Charlie. He was
Aloha.
so fucking racist on here. It was crazy.
Aloha.
Oh, hey, Aleister Crowley. My
So thank
favorite
you.
opulent.
You think so highly of me? You think I'm a judge? You already do?
Hey.
Hi, Michelle. What's your
Hi.
question? What's your question, love?
The question was, he's left, Michael's left.
Okay, put him down so he can't remove John.
Oh, that is brilliant. Okay, ask away, Yael. I'm dealing with raw chicken here.
You're such a cunt.
It's genius.
Okay, so the other day I was on TikTok and yesterday, and you were live streaming Cindy and Bow Wow having a conversation. And she asked him, did she reject you? And he was like, no, I heard something in the community. She thinks she's hot shit. Da, 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 da. Who are they talking about? Alistair.
Yeah, I mean they were talking about some chick that Braunstein knows. I don't know. What do you mean? Since I don't think it's somebody from Clubhouse, was
I
it?
told you, Cindy. Or I told you, Yasmin.
No, you told me you were talking about Cindy.
Yeah, I was talking to Cindy.
No, you said that you were talking about Cindy.
See, I was talking to Cindy. Fucking Yasmin. It's not about you, you know that? It's not all
I know it's not
you.
about me, because if it was about me,
You're
I would
making
tell
it
you. I
about
think
you.
it's
You're
about
making
somebody bigger.
it all about you. Why do you
No,
make it
I
about
don't think
you?
it's about me. I think
Always think it's always about you.
I don't think it's about me. I think it's about somebody else. I think you were talking shit.
No.
Somebody, but I don't want to say.
Braunstein fucked up. He's confusing two conversations because the one that you're talking about is different. The Braunstein and I yesterday were in a private world. We were in a one-on-one talking shit about you, your pussy, and Cindy being.
I wasn't talking. No. Don't put me in that, John. I never
You
said
wanted
anything
to buy
about
your
your
pussy pictures, and I said,
No.
Oh
my
can't
fucking
sell
God.
Yasmin's pussy pictures for less than $100 a labia, $200 for the full set. And I was going to give you your 20% kickback that you want. So, it's all going to be kosher.
Michael, you're sick.
Michael, you're sick.
What?
Perfect.
You're sick, John. You're a sick motherfucker.
You're sick, Michael.
You're a horrible piece of shit. You're a sick motherfucker. They never said anything like that. Even the one in the room talking about you.
Want to see the YouTube? It's a YouTube special. The Braunstein special. And Yasmin's pussy extra special.
Ew. Yeah, okay, good. She's gone. Sorry, go on. Did you guys see Rose came in here? Ooh, Hamza.
What is wrong with her? I mean, is something actually mentally wrong
Shane-conic
with her?
bitch. What?
Must be mentally wrong with her. And also, where did that horrible accent come from? Like,
What
is
accent?
it the product of Eastern Europe plus Israeli plus English? Like,
Oh,
what
Rose.
made her such a screaming nasty character?
Rose she has an Israeli accent.
No, she's got a communist Arab accent.
No, that's the concept of what she's saying.
What is a communist accent? How do you get that?
By the thing that she's saying. Not the accent, it's the content.
How's the content? If you called her comrade, do you think she'd appreciate it?
Probably yes. Actually, the Palestinian movement likes to use the word comrade. All the flotilla comrades and all the Although
Let's
that after
start,
the rest
let's
of
start
combat.
let's start calling your comrade. At least that way we can maybe make a dent, you know?
Did you guys know that it was a Jewish Bolshevik that came up with the red triangle for the sign of Leninism? Look at this.
What?
Probably.
It's all okay. And look up the storm on the Winter Palace of the Red Revolution. The October Revolution is like the Leninist Revolution or whatever. It's straight up Leninist shit. Hold on, let me find this thing I was looking at.
Yeah, the Jews invented communism, so there you go. Jews invented everything. Everything.
No, we didn't invent communism, but look, PTR. It was I guess an Israeli, or it's in Hebrew. Originally, it was the original kibbutzniks and like socialists that came, and they came up with this concept. Isn't that crazy? And I'm not gonna lie, I really don't like the similarities between Red October, because October 7th, they use the other calendar. It's actually November 7th, but it's the same thing. It's all the same shit.
So even the triangle they stole from us?
Yes. Hold on. Storming of Winter Palace. Because you remember they called it the storming of Al-Aqsa Mosque?
Yes.
That shit. It's like a communist thing.
Kidding me. Oh my God, this is.
It's all communist shit.
That's crazy.
And then, yeah. It's like all of it's modeled off of the Leninist communist revolution of whatever this is, like, what year is this? I don't even know. 1920. And October 7th, Red October, Bloody Sunday, all these events happen, and October is like a very symbolic time, I guess, for commies. But yeah, it's all commie shit. Crazy.
Wow.
And it's not.
The fuck? They boomed the room. Bitch.
It's a baffling case. It's a basically what you talk about.
Baffling.
Do you know the case?
It was the one with the convenience store. South Carolina. That child his testimony. What happened was he felt like his son was in danger because
This is super.
the little kid Cyrus had a gun.
Yeah.
Pointing it at his son during the chase.
Yeah.
According to supposedly, I think under South Carolina law, they supposedly believe why he was justified in the killing because of the gun being presented in deadly force. And he felt he needed to protect his son. Wasn't it supposedly he was stealing water or something? Was it water? Or water?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The Brooklyn, you want to lead the call? I mean, I'm just doing it because, you talk about it. Give the facts.
Well, that's what I wanted to talk about
here to defend you guys.
They had a video of him
I mean, I don't have to do it, but it's like, I'm not going to talk about it, but I don't feel anything bad, you know?
And they ran out the store, chased him down, and supposedly the father shot him, but I think the son shot him, and the father just said he shot him. But either way, they got away with it. Yeah, what happened was,
What happened?
What's his name? Cyrus walked into the convenience store, you know.
Cyrus.
Obviously being racially profiled as soon as he stepped in there. The lady was watching
Immediately
him the whole
and
time.
instantaneously racially profiled.
Of the store owner. Watching him the whole time, picking up the water bottle. Well, first he walked in with a book bag. They told him to put the book bag at the front of the store, so he did. Then he went to the water bottles. He picked up a few water bottles, but then he put them all back. But apparently the son said that he had stolen a water bottle, and I guess there was like an interaction between Cyrus and the son. Like, you took leaving the store, and that's when the son's chasing after him, and then the dad came after with the guns. And as they were running, Cyrus was running the entire time. He never did, but he was running the entire time. The son was chasing.
Poor little Cyrus with his
The son
guns.
like caught up to him, like was next to him as he was running after him. Cyrus got back up, started running again, fell again.
Shit.
I guess like a gun had come out of his pocket.
Oh no,
when
shit.
he fell again.
Oh
And
shit.
so that's when the dad
Pops his
shot
ass.
him
Oh,
after the
shit.
son said that he had a gun.
Mm.
But the way that the bullet went into his body, they say that he was turned around and pointing at him when he shot him, but like when he was shot, like the bullet went through his back, up through like his chest, through his I believe lungs or something like that. And yeah, he got acquitted. They said that they said that the dad did not, I guess, murder him because the charge was murder. So the dad didn't murder him because it wasn't intentional or nothing like that.
Oh, fuck.
Did have a gun, but the gun, they would have never known if the boy had a gun had they never chased him out the store. Like, gun at them. Like, according to two witnesses that saw what happened, he never pointed the gun at them.
Quick question.
I looked up the Yelp reviews of this store and it says don't fuck with Mr. Chow. That's what the reviews on Google said.
Question. What I heard was he shot him in the back. Did you say that?
Yeah, he shot him in the back.
You shoot someone in the back, it's preparing for your life.
The way that
So I'm reading the sequence of events. They said, which there was witnesses that's in the store that said they didn't see a gun. So when he left the store, he started chasing him. He fell down, and he pointed the gun at him while he was on the ground. Got up and started to run, and the father shot him in the back.
2 witnesses said that he never. So that's what the
So
I guess like child lawyers are saying, but 2 witnesses say that they never saw a gun. They never even saw him like turn around and point with anything in his hands. Like he was running away the entire time.
And it just don't seem right, because he's 14. The man that supposedly shot him was 60, right? When they ran out the store, the son was in front of the father. So that's why I'm saying that it seemed like they took the charge, because it seems to me like the city, and they just used, like, I'm just shocked that there wasn't no cameras and surrounding businesses where they could see what was happening. They just took their word for it.
Oh, really? Yeah, that's what his word was, so we're going to go with the word.
Yeah, I guess, like, they're saying that the state kind of botched the case because with the charge, it was harder to prove. So I guess, like, the charge was murder or something like that, and it's harder to prove that, like, he intentionally killed Cyrus. You know what I mean? Like, I can't explain him.
No,
but
it's harder to prove because you have a 14-year-old with a gun.
Right. And the whole thing is that he had a gun. So, like, just because he had a gun, that made Mr. Child, I guess, like, justified for killing. But I think somebody said in the chat, Mr. Child shot 2 people prior to this.
Man, this makes a good claim for the FBAs and how they always talk about these different people having businesses in our neighborhoods and not fucking with us. Like, this is fucked up. This is fucked up real bad. Like the way that Cyrus' mother screamed when they read the verdict, that shit, it did something to me. I don't know, that was crazy. You got Cat in the audience talking about he deserved it. Like, what the fuck is wrong with him? He was 14.
There's too many issues with this case, for me at least, just listening to it or even reading about it when it first came out.
What do you mean?
It's just too many issues. It's too many issues. It's just too many issues. I wouldn't have been chasing no kid down. If he stole a goddamn water bottle, I would have called the police. You put yourself in danger, number one. But then...
You wouldn't even call the police. You would have gave the kid the fucking water.
No, I wouldn't have. I would have called the police. I'm sorry. He's still at my store. I'm calling the police. I'm not running outside chasing somebody. I don't know what the fuck they got. I'm not doing that. I'm not putting myself in danger, and I'm not putting that person in danger. I gotta make money. You can't just be stealing out my store. Shit, my mom won't let me get free food out the restaurant. Like, come on.
It's almost exactly what happened to that girl in LA like 30 years ago. This is like history repeating itself.
Yeah, what state did this happen in? Brooklyn and North Carolina? South Carolina.
The other issue I have is a 14-year-old having a weapon. So it's just a lot of things. It's too much with this case.
What state was this case in?
South Carolina.
Thank you. Thank you.
Couple things.
Mr. Chow, I don't think, was claiming self-defense. Just so people understand, Mr. Chow was arguing. He saw a gun pointed at his son. And so the defense argued that he had to make the decision of, he was defending his son because he said there was a gun that was shot. So for people saying, how can you be shot in the back and claim self-defense? Something like that, he wasn't claiming self-defense, okay? So that's the first thing. So there are times when people can legally be shot in the back. Okay, so let's get that out of the way. That's the first piece. The second piece is, this doesn't give any fodder to anything FBA say. Okay. The third thing is, my understanding is that they ran 100 yards from the store. That they were chased them 100 yards from the store. Very interesting. Fourth thing is no, it was not an all-white jury. I'm sure many people were, but it was actually racially mixed, of all ages and all genders. It's in Columbia, South Carolina. I just wanted to put those facts out. Those aren't expert facts. I just got those off the internet. I'll leave it there. I have an opinion, but I'm afraid to give it because I don't want to be accused of being an expert, in my opinion. So.
Give the opinion, child. We know you're not no expert.
My opinion, I have two opinions. One on the case itself, I'm still working through, but I have a larger opinion. And I know many people won't like the opinion, but something is happening in America where people are forgetting that they're black. And a lot of young brothers don't have
I forgot
models.
I forgot.
It's kind of this internal conversation, as it were. And I wish that people would have that conversation, but they won't. On the case itself, I think it's an utter tragedy. I think Mr. Chow, I think these store owners with these guns, while I understand why they have them, I think it is absolutely deplorable. This man has shot multiple people. I understand why they charged him with murder. I think a lot of silly takes, uninformed. So what happens is, they overcharge. People use this. They don't know South Carolina law. When I was reading about the case, I looked it up. It makes perfect sense why they charge with murder, given the circumstances of the case, and that's what he was indicted for. And if you overcharge, you're going to get out charged with manslaughter. The manslaughter charge might have actually been provable than a murder charge if you go look up the distinction.
This is super dark. This is the super cheesy. We got raw
murder in South Carolina. So, I don't know, that's it. So I think the man should have been convicted. I think it's obvious murder. It's obvious killing with intent to my mind. Now, I didn't sit in the case. I wasn't on the jury trial. I didn't get tuna melts. But from the outside looking in, that's just my opinion. But I see Ada said what's happening right now and so forth. She can come up and tell me what I said that was wrong, or Sonny can come and tell me I'm not an expert in my opinion. Anybody can come up. I don't care. I'm done. I don't know.
Ada is my favorite debater, and I can't wait to hear what she has to say.
She said, I don't know what's happening right now, so I don't know what I said that warranted that comment, so we'll see. Go ahead, Ada.
I said, what is happening right now?
Hello, Moto.
You don't know what's happening right now. Come on. Aren't you lying?
No, you said, no. If someone's speaking and you're saying what's happening right now, that means something they're saying you disagree with or is confusing or is
silly or whatever. Because I was confused about your comment.
Yeah, which part were they going to say?
Young brothers don't know that they're black.
Yeah, because they don't have role models to tell them as such.
Oh, yeah. Role model. Yeah. What do you mean by that?
Black men are failing young black men. Do you disagree?
But, in this case, what is that?
Because I'm talking about a larger pattern of the ways in which young black men navigate the country, especially in places like South Carolina.
Okay, so this doesn't have to
what
do
I'm saying is they don't have people, men, teaching them what it means to be a young black man in America, but instead they're sort of navigating the world on their own as young as men when they're still boys. That's all I'm saying.
And this boy is an example of that? Or?
Yeah, because he was carrying he was 14 carrying an automatic pistol.
And then the next thing it moves to
Okay.
so I didn't really
Hold on, that should give you pause. That should give you pause.
Wait a minute. Oh, wow, what? I'm not talking about the killing. I'm just talking about as a general matter.
Is the oh wow because you didn't hear that detail? That's what I'm trying to find out. What was the
Yeah,
oh
she
wow?
was blindsided by that.
Brother, let her answer, please.
Don't talk to me like that, bro. Chill.
No disrespect to you, but
No, just chill. You're not my dad, bro. Chill.
Yeah, but I didn't. Black men to black boys. That's what I'm talking about as an internal conversation. But he does disagree, so I'll invite him up too. Because, oh wow, what? You don't think that? You think? I think I said automatic. Maybe it was semi-automatic. I apologize. Semi-automatic. I don't get it. So, Adai, you're saying, oh wow, that you think young 14-year-old boys should be walking around in the public sphere with semi-automatic pistols?
No, I don't agree with that, but I don't see how that comment is relevant here. He didn't go in there.
It's not relevant here. I said it's not relevant to the case.
Okay, so you just wanted to make a statement. Because it sounded like it sounded just like all the rhetoric that I'm hearing about.
The man should be convicted for murder. People literally just want to argue. It's so silly. I said it has nothing to do with this case, but as a general matter, there is a failure among black men with black children that we need to have those conversations, or people need to have. I'm not having any conversations with anybody, but people should be having those conversations. I've had my conversation. I can't have any more. I'm old and I ran out of PP. I don't even understand what is. I don't understand what is oh wow or controversial about saying a 14-year-old boy of any race, but we're talking about a young black boy. He's a boy walking around with a gun, a semi-automatic pistol, is not a failure somewhere. Systemic, parental, familiar, etc.
In Columbia, South Carolina.
Anywhere, but especially in a place like Columbia, South Carolina. I'm particularly talking about like in certain places. Yeah.
I mean, I just find it interesting how no one knew he had a gun until this man killed him, and then they found a gun on him. But, you know.
Oh, yeah, I agree. That's a different matter. I think it was definitely murder. The statute says with malice, it's just simply with malice, malicious intent. And it's clear, if you chase somebody with a gun and you didn't know they had a gun for 100 yards for stealing water, that feels very malicious to me. But I'm just talking about...
No, I'm just saying I have a different opinion about that gun, but it's fine.
That's a different discussion. So I just wanted to know what's wrong about saying that black fathers and black men aren't doing well enough. But I guess everybody believes the CDC report.
You think the gun was planted?
I mean, I just find it interesting that the gun was there.
Did they explore that?
All of a sudden, it's used to justify why he had to protect his son. But
did the prosecution explore that?
On camera, never was mentioned beforehand. But okay.
Did the prosecution explore the gun?
They did.
I asked if the prosecution explored the origins of the gun.
I don't know.
Okay, that's fine. I don't know either, so that's why I'm asking. They did, and how did they do that? Do you know?
Yeah, they did. They investigated. They determined it was his gun.
Oh wow, okay.
What did they say?
It's in the. I'll try to find the transcript records, but the reporting said it was his gun.
Yeah, it says in the reporting.
Based on
other reporting.
I didn't say it was planted.
So they haven't released how he obtained it and who supplied it, but he did have a gun. And the gun had a laser sight on it.
Why would somebody with a gun run? Usually people with guns, are very bold and not fearing. Why would he run with a gun? That just doesn't seem,
Why would someone steal a bottle of water?
He didn't steal the bottle of water.
He didn't.
The boy or the shooter? Who would run with a gun?
I don't think anybody with a gun would run from somebody else. That's the last thing I do with a gun.
Both people.
He's 14.
Did you watch the video?
What does that have to do with how a gun like imbues you with confidence and fucking?
Did you see the video? They like chased him. He just looked back, and they were already like maybe five steps behind him. So first reaction, you gotta
people clutch when they're scared. They don't run.
Space. You gotta create space.
People don't do that with guns.
So you can have time to get the gun.
Nobody does that with a gun. Every gun owner is practicing their quick draw, practicing their clutch, practicing their brandishing before it ever even happens. What does that have to do with it? Like, you think he doesn't practice?
No fucking experience.
I agree. He doesn't have any experience.
How do you know how long he had this gun? How do you know how long he had it?
I agree he doesn't have any experience shooting people, but I'm sure he has a ton of experience clutching his gun, holstering it, pulling it out, cocking it. I'm sure he's practicing that all. Yes. I'm sure he's doing it all the time. I'm also sure he's always imagining himself being bothered, being accosted, and clutching. That's what I know is most likely happening before he thinks that, I should start running now.
It sounds like you have a stereotype and a bias.
Yeah, you're right. That means I'm wrong then, right? If I make that quote assumption.
You just have an inherent bias. That's it.
Right. So let's go with that notion. Let's go with that notion. Despite him practicing and brandishing it, like in the mirror and all of that, when he was shot, he was in the process of running. He did not use all of that practice and all of that bravado that a gun can give you and a weapon and all of that. He did not send that energy towards the people that were chasing.
I have a question. Why do y'all think that because somebody has a gun or they've had training on how to use a gun, that they would know? Like, I don't know.
So where was the gun on him?
Yeah. So what?
Where was it on him? Was it in his bag? Was it in the bag?
They said it fell out.
His bag. He can't get it out that quick.
They said it fell out his bag. The gun fell out his bag.
What was in his bag? How you gonna get your gun hella quick in your bag?
Wait a minute. Hold up. Hold still. Everybody drop your mic. Thank you. All right. We can't do all this 50 mics at one night, okay? We do that at night, not during the day. Thank you. So, one at a time, but I'm hearing a lot of loud voices. It's not just one. So yeah, if your volume is all the way up, can you please turn it down because your voice, whatever, microphone.
Hello.
Anyway, happy Thursday. I hope everybody's doing well. Thanks.
Yes, First Lady, the next one.
One second. Patty was talking, the host of the room, and y'all just stepped all over her. So please, just hold on for a second. Patty, can you please get out what you were trying to say?
So, when Concrete was bringing up something about why he wouldn't do this, that, and the other, I don't understand why you think a 14-year-old, when we have people that fucking train with weapons, go through fucking 8 months of training before they go down range to clear a fucking building. Once they get into the heat of an action, can't even perform the way they're fucking supposed to perform. So you think a fucking 14-year-old would be like, okay, yeah, this is how I'm going to use the gun to protect myself, or this way. I don't know what's going on here.
Wait, so you can disagree, and that's fine. But don't pretend it's strange.
It is strange, bro. A reasonable person.
Okay, all right.
A reasonable person.
I don't care. So it's not about you can say it 76 times, and I'm still gonna hold to my opinion that it's strange that you're holding a gun and you're running.
It's because he doesn't understand.
Yes. I don't understand.
Because he's a fat nigga who talks on shit.
Okay, all right. You sound gay. So it is what it is.
Was he holding the gun?
You're still mad about something and you sound gay.
No, the gun fell out. He fell on the ground.
Exactly.
Now, going by the report, they said the gun fell out. I don't see where it fell out of his pocket of his bag. It doesn't say.
But that right there, the fact that they said that the gun fell out when he fell to the ground. That's saying that he didn't point the gun.
There's more to it, and I wasn't done. So they said when he fell to the ground, the gun fell out. He picked up the weapon and pointed it at the person that was doing it. Then he got up and ran, and then the father shot him in the back. That's what's
so.
Yeah,
that was
the son testified that he pointed the gun at him.
Yeah,
right. That's what's being said, but the I think it was the clip of the gun. It was found like feet away from where he was shot. So when he fell and dropped his gun, it fell so hard to the point where I think the clip came out. So even if that was the case, like that doesn't make any sense. I think they're just saying that, and nobody else saw that. Only the son is saying that. Yeah, only the son is saying that. No other eyewitness saw him fall, pick up a gun, and it happened.
And if it was in his bag, wasn't the bag secured in some way, i.e. a zipper? And so the idea, it just seems highly implausible that if it's in the bag, because initially I'm thinking it's on the waist for somebody to fall and for it to come out, but it's even less plausible that it was zipped, secured in the bag, he fell, and then the bag unzipped, unsecured, or the other alternative was he has a book bag that's like a open top, like the purses that women have, where it doesn't close, it's just open. And if that's the case, then we could easily see the book bag that he had. And if it is a zipped bag, then this absolutely doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it's very convenient that all of a sudden this man who has history of shooting patrons now has a justifiable reason that a gun appeared to, and he was threatening his son and he had to defend him. I think it's very convenient. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I don't know.
Wait, is that it? No more y'all crying and whining and, oh, that's so crazy.
No need to.
No. Nobody said anything when they was fucking jumping on my neck for this point.
No.
You ruin everything.
Yeah, I don't care.
Okay, you don't care. Cool.
I don't care about.
Where are you all getting the information that the gun was in the bag?
Yeah, I'm wondering that too.
And what do you mean by in the bag? I can pull a gun and it still end up in the bag. Like, I don't know, where are people getting this information from?
I heard somebody mention it. That's why I mentioned it.
No, we're talking about where, if you heard somebody mention it, then that's not part of the story. The only thing we know is that a gun fell. The clip did separate, but even with the clip separating from the gun, nobody's paying attention to what falls down on the ground. Y'all gotta be in the heat of fucking movement and y'all would understand. But regardless of the fact, the dude murdered him. He killed him. That's it. But the thing that I'm always gonna go back to is we gotta, like, kids shouldn't be, especially, his ass don't live in fucking Aiken, South Carolina, where he's fucking shooting wherever the fuck they got there, raccoons or whatever. He lives in Columbia, South Carolina. We gotta be more cautious with our kids.
Yeah, that's the deep south. There's a bunch of evil racist people down there.
Multiple people have said the gun was in the bag. Concrete was saying it, but he was following up somebody's point. So people who said it was in the bag, where is it? I can't find the gun was in the bag. Where can I find that? I don't see it anywhere.
I think that ever happened.
Yeah, I don't see it either.
Right. All right. So we had a tour about guns again in a conversation based off of somebody making a thing up.
No. You angry?
So I heard there was 2 witnesses that said they didn't see him pull the gun. Well,
I can't argue with you.
The jury obviously believed Andy, which was the son. And you have to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. And the prosecutor didn't do it.
Just to add,
because maybe he didn't want to, but that's my whole conspiracy theory.
Good. Something that I was reading earlier is that the prosecutor didn't, I don't know if you guys talked about this, didn't introduce any lesser charges like manslaughter. which normally in a situation like that, murder might be the top thing, but they would include like lesser charges that the jury could actually say that, you know, he committed manslaughter. But by not putting that on there, it was either basically like all or nothing, which is not normally.
Why, honey? So based off the facts of the case, is the facts of the case murder or manslaughter? You just can't give people lesser charges because they're easier to prove. So have you looked up the South Carolina statute on the different manslaughter and murder, Arthur?
This is what the article that
I'm asking.
Yes, I didn't look it up. I just read the article. I'll put the post link to the article. And they were talking about normally in these kind of situations, even in South Carolina, they include lesser charges.
Pick somebody down with a gun that you hadn't seen for 100 yards. Normally, they would charge manslaughter. Okay.
No.
Can you give us cases?
In the situation of murder.
All right, bro.
I'll post a link to the article and I'll send that to you. You guys can see it.
Got it. I got it.
So I can see if the weapon was discharged in the store, in the area of the store. So 100 away from the store, the shooter is saying that he felt. Like, I'm confused, right? Because if you're in the store, you're around the store, cool. But the threat is moving away from you, and you decide to pursue the threat. Well, it's not even a threat if somebody's moving away from you. They don't pose a threat.
Yeah, I don't know. I said I would have called the police. Then they would have discovered he didn't fucking steal water. Then they might have found a weapon on him. Then his parents would have probably had to go to some classes with the child, and that would have been it. Like, I don't know. I'm not chasing nobody down and putting my life in danger or somebody else's life in danger.
Like the scenario I gave the other day in the road rage incident, where there was a gentleman clearly in front of us, and clearly I just saw it as a threat, and I just visualized that we had no winds, that this person in a darkened vehicle, right, tinted windows, if we were to, continue to engage, he would get out his vehicle and shoot at us, literally. And so I instructed everybody to shut the fuck up, slow down, and just get out the way, right? So yeah, it's like, so I think, and if this individual shot other people before, he has a history of this, so he has an experience of it, like, so this just doesn't sound, it sounds odd to me. It just sounds odd to me.
All right.
So,
did they allow him to plead down? Was that a possibility?
I'm finding little about this.
It wasn't, because the prosecutors, so in the statute, it's manslaughter. It has to be in this, quote, sudden heat of passion.
Mm-hmm.
It would have been it's very
I think
difficult.
voluntary and involuntary, but
I'm reading the statute.
Yeah, I know that's the voluntary manslaughter statute.
And so,
but I think there's an involuntary.
He chased him 100 yards.
I'm not saying he should have. I think he should have been convicted of murder.
I
don't know how he wasn't.
Because now the debate's on the charge. So I'm trying to.
But I'm saying that you can plead down.
So,
like,
you don't accept the plea down.
And it
what
has
if
to be available.
I
don't know.
Wait a minute. Did he want to plea down?
I don't know.
So
I don't know.
Okay, cool. Yes, one can plea down. But people are saying, Arthur came up and said, which we knew somebody would, that they should have done manslaughter. I'm looking at the statute. The statute has a, quote, sudden heat of passion. Chasing a nigga, excuse me, I apologize, the boy died. Chasing a person down 100 yards is sudden with a gun, and you hadn't seen his gun, is a heat of passion. Oh my God.
I'm saying the other one would be
I'm not asking you, I'm asking Arthur or other people that are saying that, because the manslaughter murder thing is different from state to state. This is in their statute. I'm reading it. So if I chase somebody down with a gun, I didn't see a gun. I thought he stole 4 bottles of water. I run after him. He gets shot in the back after 100 yards. How do I go to a grand jury to get an indictment that's a sudden heat of passion? Arthur.
Again, I am not a lawyer. What I'm simply bringing to the table was the fact that it wasn't introduced, which normally in a murder case, the lesser charges are included. That's all that the article was basically saying.
If applicable. It's not, I'm asking how is it applicable?
It wouldn't
Rape
be
is
that
a lesser charge. Grand theft larceny is a lesser charge. Child abuse is a lesser charge. Agreed. They're not applicable. So I'm asking, how is a voluntary manslaughter in the heat of passion applicable? That's what I'm asking. Based off the fact that he shot him in the back. And someone's talking about stand your ground laws. I don't know what is stand your ground. In fact, the person speaking, I don't know. He should have been blocked a long time ago. I don't know why he's even speaking in here. I don't like that guy.
That's in Florida. Like, it's stand your ground.
One second, Rambo. 1 second. Many states have stand your ground. Arthur, I'm asking you or anybody else, because I'm actually trying to learn. Everybody always talks about, and before you came in, I said someone's going to come in and do it, and you came in about 3 minutes later and did it. Why do people simply assume, because somebody is killed, and they think manslaughter easier to prove, usually it is, it's always applicable in a case, quote, like this? That's what I'm asking.
there are two manslaughter charges. There's the voluntary one, which is the one you read, and there's the involuntary one. Because the jury apparently was struggling with the malice part, he could have been charged with involuntary manslaughter.
It would
which
have
would
to
be
be
the reckless
available.
killing of another.
It would have to be available.
It is available.
No, the prosecutor didn't include it. That was the
I don't know anything about the negotiations between the prosecutor and the
You
defendant.
just said it was available. If you said it was available, explain to me how it was available.
Because it's the reckless killing of another.
No. How was it available?
So this is a homicide.
Just because it's on the books, how was it available?
Because it's a homicide case.
Ada, what I'm saying.
That's part of the homicide.
You obviously don't understand what's
The
going on.
prosecutor included
If I got cookies and I got wafers and asking for crackers, is the crackers available? Just because they're in my cabinet, he gave you the cookies
Yes,
and the wafers.
it is available. It's a charge.
No, it's not. It was not available.
How are you telling?
Because the prosecutor didn't put it as a lesser charge, Ada.
You have to have it as a lesser charge, or it would have had to be part of a plea. It was not available. Do you understand?
Do you understand? Hold on. Do you understand that a defendant can plead down at any time during trial?
Was
Like,
there
they
a
can
plea?
plead down any time during trial. So I don't know what the negotiation.
So they could plead down.
The prosecutor would have to accept the plea.
The
Was there a plea? That's what I'm asking you. Was it available? No, it was not.
The conversation about whether they offered involuntary manslaughter as an option,
Yeah, you're right.
I have not read anywhere. So, and neither have y'all, because I literally just looked this up, and there's no conversation, there's no reporting of that. So I don't know if the prosecution brought that as an option or not. But clearly,
It's automatically an option, and he was acquitted of them.
Little Mercy.
That's what I'm telling you guys.
acquitted of what?
In South Carolina, it's already available. So at trial in South Carolina, I thought everybody followed the Murdoch case. Maybe I apologize. I thought everybody South Carolina murder was a Murdoch case. Let me just explain it.
Okay, explain it to me, please.
If you charge somebody with murder at trial, the jury can convict them for manslaughter and involuntary manslaughter. They acquitted him on all charges, inclusive of those. That's why I said someone's going to come in here and say, well, why didn't they charge him with
Come here and tell goodbye.
of the 100 yards and shooting in the back? So they thought they could get the murder trial. He was convicted of all things. I'm sorry, not convicted. Acquitted of all things.
If the water bottle don't fit,
Wait a minute.
you must acquit.
Well, actually, I don't know if that's true because that's from Facebook. So I'm looking at the law. This is a mess.
This is a mess.
This is a mess.
This is a mess.
No, they did not.
As a normative matter, in South Carolina, it's inclusive.
As a normative matter, of course. But of course.
I'll think out loud. Everybody has to think out loud. I'll think out loud. I don't know why I'm getting thumbs down. You don't know anything about it either.
Because, well, y'all are saying things that have not been reported. I'm
not talking about the reporting.
Okay,
One second. I'm not about the reporting. I'm talking about the law. I'm not talking about the reporting. I just read the law.
About the law.
Huh?
I'm talking about the law.
So then what are you talking about? What's been reported? I'm reading the statute.
Because somebody
One
asked
second.
me as the prosecutor.
What reporting was I talking about? One second. What reporting was I talking about?
I was talking about when I was having a conversation with one of the mods, and she was like, "Has the prosecution offered that as a lesser charge?" I don't know. That hasn't been reported. I'm not going to say, but I'm saying that they most definitely could have offered involuntary manslaughter as a lesser charge. Like, that is definitely available because this is a homicide case. And
it wasn't available, and I'll tell you why.
It is. Right. How are you going to? Okay.
Tell you why.
Why not?
Because they agreed to make it not available.
What does that even mean?
The prosecution and the defense agreed to not make it available.
So they
in pre-trial. Never mind, Adopt. I'm just trying to read. I'm reading from the New York Times. I'm trying to give the room and me and you information to have an informed conversation. But you just want to talk. I'll just shut the fuck up. You can just explain to us what it is.
Yeah, so my comments were coming from, if I were on the jury, what would I be asking while we were deliberating? That's and some people are coming from the legal perspective. Some people are coming from different perspectives. And so, being that I don't know the details of the case, based on what I'm hearing, I would be in the jury and have to deliberate on this. Those are the things that I would ask. I would probably send a note to the lawyers or whoever for certain questions. Right. I don't understand conceptually how a person running away at 100 yards is a threat.
All right. Well, you could be running away, Rambo, and point at somebody else, and then somebody else can shoot you from jam. You can be a threat to other people. Again, in the facts of the case, the man's son, Andy Child, said he was threatened. All right? Right. So, what I'm seeing online, this is from local news, is that under South Carolina law, voluntary manslaughter is voluntary. Requires proof of sudden compassion caused by legally recognized legal provocation from the victim. Because the state's position was that Carmack Duck was fleeing and did not provoke the child, prosecutors argued voluntary manslaughter simply didn't fit. Britt, you're not a criminal attorney. Like, everybody thinks that people go to law school and attorneys in this. So we'll bring up Britt. Hurricane is here. We'll bring up all the attorneys. We'll come up and tell you they don't do criminal law, but we'll listen to them. And they don't even know facts. Go ahead, Curly. Congrats to all. Break it down for us.
Oh, I do criminal law, so I mean, someone else can.
Oh, I thought you weren't here. Okay, so did you hear that? So they got rid of it because there was no legally recognized provocation, because the prosecution and all of us argued he was running away.
Well, yeah, because when you say self-defense brothers, you can't use the initial progressive. That's talking about the self-defense. got me. I'm talking about a different charge of involuntary manslaughter, which Dr. King was not available and most definitely would have been available.
So was it included in the judge's instructions?
What's that? I know because they only charged him with murder.
They agreed before. Under South Carolina, involuntary manslaughter is 5 years.
Set up, you gotta get out of there.
They're gonna kill you. I think you say you can, and I mean this with all due respect.
Let me tell you something important.
If the goal is just to put somebody away for a couple of years to feel good, I don't think that's a real conception of justice. I don't. And so I think if they had gone for that, people were equally upset. Oh, he only got 3 years. He chased them. He didn't see the gun. All the things that we talked about beforehand, I can understand the reason. So I take your point. Let's say they could have included it. But from what I'm reading online, it looks like that they agreed, the prosecution and defense, to only do the murder. I don't know how that works in South Carolina. I'm sure y'all are barred in other states, but experts on South Carolina law. So I'll mute up as a second. But I'm just reading what I'm reading from the news in South Carolina and from the statute. And it looks like it has a max of 5 years. I'm not. So if that's what people think justice are, that's fine.
I'm not sure that the jury, like, they have to weigh what charges are on the table. If you put murder,
Give Pearlie a second, because she was waiting for Ben.
Okay, go ahead.
So
Go ahead, Pearlie.
this is devastating, honestly. It's not surprising, but it's devastating. If they don't explicitly say that the lesser included charges are included in whatever the allegations are, whatever the jury instructions are, it's very explicit about exactly what they're asking and exactly what they are able to, like, on the verdict form. It includes very specific questions and all of the options that the jurors have for how they want to find someone, if they want to hold them accountable, etc. This is bad, but I think this also just goes to the idea that, blackness is a threat, regardless if they're running away or not.
Well, 1 second before we get to that. So, do you, Ada, and the other experts believe that this was an unintentional?
I can't speak for everyone else. This was an intentional killing.
Okay, so then how can you include involuntary manslaughter? Because if you were to include involuntary manslaughter while arguing for a murder charge, you're quite literally undercutting, just logically, both instances.
Okay, I don't know if that's a hit at me. I said.
No, I'm asking anybody. Can we get off of the personal thing? I'm asking a question. If we can only talk to each other, Ada, where you think I'm insulting you, then I just won't ask you any questions. I'm literally asking, how can you argue for a murder trial and then also say it's involuntary?
Because
not a murder trial, an act of murder, while arguing that it's involuntary. That's just a serious.
Okay, so it's because of the elements of involuntary manslaughter. So if you were arguing that there was criminal negligence or recklessness, and it was in the commission of an unlawful act, but it's not premeditated, or in this case, he didn't say that there was an intent to kill or cause serious bodily harm, which I think is stupid, because if you shoot someone, you intend to cause serious bodily harm. But that is the rationale that they employed to justify saying, okay, well, they did involuntary manslaughter. So,
I'm sorry, say that again. I don't know what my head again.
Okay, so to secure a conviction of involuntary manslaughter, you can have criminal negligence, which is when you do significant and reckless, and it's away from the normal standard that a reasonable person would have used, that creates an unreasonable risk of death or great bodily harm. So generally we see this when someone's drunk driving. I don't usually, I can't think of a time when someone points a gun and shoots at someone and they say it's just criminal negligence. But
So let's stop right there. I want to stop right there. I want you to stop.
Any girl that wants.
Let's stop right there.
Oh, that's true.
This is very interesting.
The mayor of Chicago.
Let me speak to you because if I included Dodge, you take it personally. And after we see the Spurs about to be swept, I can understand.
Any girl that wants a free ticket.
That's laughable.
Stop. I want to stop. Did you see the game last night? You think the Spurs?
Back to sports.
Let's stop right there.
Cyrus is dead. Let's get back to the NBA.
Hurricane, Brit. Can you all think of the time? I'm just asking.
He claimed.
If you can, I have another question.
I don't think.
1 second. Can you think of a time?
Okay.
Can you think of a case when you shoot somebody in the back and that had been, they're charging him with involuntary manslaughter of shooting somebody with a gun?
I think there was one time when it was a police officer and they said they intended to use their taser instead, but I don't think it worked. But I think that was, I don't know why, but that does come to mind.
Okay, so a cop, he could use a taser. Doc, can you think of any? This is like a non-police shooting.
I mean, there's
just the use of a gun,
where someone's like going out shooting or hunting, and then they accidentally shoot someone. They could argue negligent homicide. You said not a. You said okay, not a.
I mean, when
I'm not even
facing a
arguing
person,
that,
like in the circumstance applied. Not I was cleaning my gun. I mean, come on,
I mean, that would be. I mean, plenty of people have been convicted for that reason. So,
he wasn't cleaning his gun or hunting. I'm saying with similar circumstances.
Okay, no, because I'm not even arguing that he should have been charged with involuntary. I think he should have been convicted of murder. But
I got it. But hold on, just stay right there because we're trying to learn. Just y'all move too fast for us. Y'all are the experts. So you're saying that, and I'm the expert, so I'm telling you. So you guys are saying that somebody said Oscar Grant. Wasn't he shot by the police?
Yes.
Okay, so why
no, that's the one where his defense was that he thought it was a taser.
Yes.
I just why I mentioned that.
Oh, okay, go. I thought you were giving another example. Okay, cool. So, people. So the criticism that Arthur was offering and Adab was giving expert fodder to was the prosecution should have included voluntary or involuntary manslaughter.
I think as far as I posted it, a lot of times prosecutors will put lesser charges just so that the jury
could train them.
Yes.
This is between them. They let them have.
I'm asking them if that's what they're saying.
I'm sorry.
So you guys are saying that voluntary or involuntary or both, which one should have been included?
Involuntary would have been, because voluntary is a very specific type of situation. Like it's very rare that people bring that type of charge.
Which one? Voluntary?
Voluntary, which is the heat of passion murder. That's like walking in on like your spouse cheating and you kill them in passion.
Wait, I thought that was second degree.
Well, in South Carolina, they do. I'm looking at the statute. It's SC Code 16360. It was updated in 2015. It just says involuntary. I don't see the degrees on the statute. But all right, y'all keep going.
But involuntary, since the jury was struggling, I don't know where people are reading this, but the jury was struggling with the malice element. If that was the case, if they really had a problem with that, then involuntary manslaughter would be the next charge. I think that would be something that he could easily be convicted of. But I think he should have been convicted of murder. So.
Wait, before you go to that, let's just stay on the law before we get to our opinion. This is interesting. Y'all just want to editorialize and be pundits. And so it says here, let me read the statute. This is the statute from 2025. With regard to the crime of involuntary manslaughter, criminal negligence is defined as the reckless disregard of the safety of others. A person charged with the crime of involuntary manslaughter may be convicted upon showing a criminal negligence as defined in this section. The person convicted of involuntary manslaughter must be imprisoned not more than 5 years. And so people wanted this included.
Yeah, that does make it.
Why is Eagle Hawk in here? Eagle Hawk is like,
I don't think any of this would have worked because he was claiming he was defending his son. That's the issue here. He was claiming basically self-defense of another. So he probably would have got.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm still trying to find out outside of, we want to get something out of it. Outside of that, take that to the side. I don't see how voluntary or involuntary manslaughter applies here.
I don't think it does either.
Well, yeah, because he murdered the boy.
No, outside of that, just based off the facts of the case, chasing somebody down, chasing down like Adrian Peterson when he broke away from the Green Bay Packers week 3 in 2012. He ran 100 and some yards, kept going Bo Jackson style, shot him in the back. Somebody who had shot multiple people before. I don't see how involuntary manslaughter applies here, outside of, we need to get any charge. I really don't.
There's a couple of cases that come to mind.
One second, Ambassador. You let the attorney speak and or author. Or go ahead, you can go, Katrina. Just give me 1 second before you change the case, if that's respectful.
Wait, who's
because this is going to... Huh? What? Wait, what? I couldn't hear you. I was speaking. What you saying?
Who's an author?
Or Arthur. He's in Harlem. He's a New York author. I don't know his last name, but he goes up Arthur in the end. He's the person that introduced the topic. Arthur.
People hide too early in the fucking day.
So who thinks they should have charged with manslaughter? And which one? Because I don't see how any of these apply under South Carolina law.
Is that are you making that argument because you're saying the malice issue in that the manslaughter charges don't require the malice?
Whether it is
services. No, I'm not asking you. That's what I'm asking them, like to try to understand what because that's what I'm kind of picking up on, but I want to make sure I'm not going to make assumptions.
Is a resolution that would set a goal for Congress to get to a 3% deficit to GDP within the next decade. This has bipartisan support. We're hoping to see that support grow. You've talked about this. You've set a goal of wanting to be at a deficit percentage of GDP starting with 3 by the end of the administration. I wonder if you could talk about the importance of that goal as well in just a few seconds I have remaining.
Yes, sir. I came out from behind my very comfortable desk and am here today because I was concerned about that trajectory. And I do believe it is possible to get back to the historical level, 3% deficit to GDP. And while that is not a balanced budget, if you have nominal growth above that level, you are paying down debt.
Thank you. Ms. Chu.
You pay down debt and infinite money supply.
Launched his illegal war in Iran, you've repeatedly assured Americans that higher prices would be temporary. In March, you said Americans should expect only 50 days of temporary elevated prices. Secretary Besson, it's been almost 100 days and inflation is at a 3-year high with no indication of going down. In May, you said help is on the way when it comes to skyrocketing gas prices. A month later, Americans are still searching for the relief you promised as they pay more than double at the pump than what they paid before the war started. Later that month, you described rising inflation as a very limited spike. In reality, for the first time in 3 years, inflation is outpacing Americans' wages, and Americans' saving rate has dropped by half since last year. And just yesterday, before the Senate Finance Committee, you again characterized inflation as a short-term blip. Recently, President Trump proudly claimed that he doesn't think about Americans' financial situation when it comes to the war with Iran. So I want to ask you, Secretary Bessent, do you agree with President Trump that you also do not care about Americans' financial situations?
Congresswoman, who was the president during World War I?
Can you,
No, but
are you refusing to answer my question?
No, I'm asking, who was the president during World War I?
I don't know, but clearly you are not answering my question.
World War I was. Well, let me tell you.
I'm clearly getting the idea that you do not want to answer whether you agree with President Trump that you do not care about Americans' financial situations.
President Trump does care about Americans' financial situation.
Well, he actually said that he doesn't.
No, that is a truncated thing, like everything is. That he is future-proofing, because I can tell you, Americans' financial situations would be devastated if Iran got a nuclear weapon and there was a permanent shutdown of the flow of energy out of the Middle East.
Well, then let me ask you, was your prediction...
And I promise you that President...
I'm taking my time back.
I will promise you that President Woodrow Wilson, who was president during World War I, the Germans did not attack us. That he got into that. It was
well, you're not answering the question, so let me ask this.
And I guarantee
was your prediction that Americans would face only 50 days of temporary elevated prices wrong? You said that Americans would face only 50 days of temporary elevated prices. Was that wrong? Since actually, of course, we're at 100 days now.
How much have gasoline prices come down from the peak? 7%. Crude prices are down more than 20, and gasoline prices follow crude prices.
Well, then reclaiming my time.
Those are inconvenient facts.
Reclaiming my time. Gas prices are up by 50% since Trump war started, and up nearly 30% from last year. Diesel and jet fuel prices have risen even faster because refining markets are strained. Utility costs have soared due to higher natural gas and fuel input costs, and that means commutes, home heating and electricity, airline tickets, and delivery fees are all more expensive. And how about grocery prices? They jumped more in April than they did in nearly 4 years since when Biden was president. Beef is up by 15%. Tomatoes are up by 40%. Bread and milk are up 8% and 5% compared to 3 months ago. And it's those lower income households that are hardest hit by Trumpflation. They're forced to cut back on spending. Excuse me, it's my time, but I know that it'd be hard for a billionaire like you to imagine how these lower income households would be hit by inflation. In fact, Trump said he couldn't care less about higher car prices for Americans. Do you agree with that statement?
I believe that food.
Hey, you're going to want to hear this. Credit Karma is dishing the truth on your credit scores and what they mean. Most people don't know VantageScore is the only model created by the 3 major credit bureaus and used by 9 out of the top 10 banks. Credit Karma checks Equifax.
The basket, and the basket is up 2.5%. During the Biden era, it was up 5%.
Well, you paint such a rosy picture,
5% a year.
But I think Americans are not experiencing this rosy picture that you paint. They are asking, are my wages keeping up with costs? Can I afford the things that my family needs? And I'm afraid the answer is no.
I'm afraid you're incorrect, because we had real wage increases every month since President Trump took office, except for the month of April. So I know the facts don't align with your narrative. But please, you're entitled to your
narrative is not lining up with what Americans are experiencing right now.
You're not entitled. You're entitled to your opinion, not your own facts.
I know that.
This turn. Mr. Secretary, it's good to see you. Thanks for being here. Great to be here.
I
can see you're talking a lot about the facts. The facts are, is during the 4 years of Joe Biden, we had a 25% increase in prices. No way did the wages keep up during that time. The highest gas prices we've seen in the last decade were under Joe Biden, but my colleagues have gotten amnesia. So, almost a year ago, Mr. Trump signed the working family tax cuts into law, implementing the largest tax increase in American history. I want to thank you, Mr. Secretary, for your hard work and for your partnership in getting that across the finish line. A huge part of the working family tax cuts was making permanent many provisions of the 2017 TCJA, including eliminating the lockout effect, encouraging companies to bring intellectual property and profits back to the United States, lower rates for all Americans, the passage of small business deduction, and immediate expensing provisions, all of which have been proven to drive tremendous growth and job creation. Prior to last year, the lack of permanency in these policies hindered economic growth and job creation. But thanks to the working family tax cut, businesses now have the certainty they need to plan, grow, invest, and create jobs here in America. I now want to shift focus to the expensing of factories, which is a new pro-growth tax policy in the working family tax cuts. After the passage of TCJA, bonus depreciation allowed businesses to deduct the full cost of equipment and machinery immediately. But the factory building that housed the machinery had to be depreciated over a much longer 39-year schedule. This created a major gap in U.S. tax policy. Manufacturers could quickly recover the cost of machines, but the cost recovery for the enormous capital investments in the physical factories lagged far behind. Last year's tax law extended and accelerated expensing treatment to the structures of new domestic production facilities, allowing manufacturers to quickly recover the cost of the building and in turn make it significantly more attractive for companies to invest in expanding U.S. manufacturing capacity. And in fact, they have. We see that, we hear about it, we read about it. Those are the facts. Following the passage of the working family tax cuts, 52% of manufacturers surveyed said they would intended to use the new provision to immediately expense the cost of the construction or expanding a manufacturing facility over the next 4 years. Mr. Secretary, my first question is, last year I asked you about the importance of this provision, and you said that expensing for factories in a way puts us on a level playing field with countries that heavily subsidize their industries. And as you know, this provision expires at the end of 29. Do you believe this provision should be made permanent or extended to continue incentivizing the expansion of U.S. manufacturing capacity and job creation? And then also, in your response, could you also talk about what this does for your 333 plan and how that's part of the integration of that?
I think we should extend or make it permanent. I was able to go and visit Winnebago in Minnesota, and they told me that because of the expensing, they were on the fence on whether to do a battery project for their employees and afford to build a factory because of the full expensing of equipment, full expensing of structures. They were doing it. And I think you're seeing that again and again. But Congressman, what is very important here, and I don't think people really understand, we are creating productive capacity here, and productive capacity is what generates future tax revenues. So you get the immediate hit to taxes now, but then you create an accelerated stream of income that is much higher, a multiplier effect after that. I call it the slingshot effect. So for 1 or 2 years, I think we're going to see this burst of factories and manufacturers that were encumbered under the Biden administration. And I think going forward, we're going to see a breakout in corporate income tax receipts.
Mr. Secretary, I think what you're describing it shows the ignorance of the critics of this policy, because it's very easy to shut down a building or a facility, but much more difficult to rebuild something and re-staff it to move businesses back from abroad. So I applaud you. We're going to build it, and they are going to come. And then one final question. I have significant concerns on third-party financing of litigation in the United States, particularly regarding the tax treatment of these profits derived from it. And currently, these financiers are claiming capital gains treatment, and it is, and best, highly questionable that unadjudicated claims of harm constitute capital assets. This activity is distorting our judicial system and turning our court system into a casino. And I would really love for your team at the IRS to work with me and look into how we have this tax treatment.
International money is coming in and gumming up the works and sponsoring these lawsuits in our system.
And paying no taxes.
And paying no taxes. So I look forward to working with you on this.
Thank you very much. I yield back.
Mrs. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Bessent, thank you for being here today. I've found it a little disturbing, the animosity and lack of decorum from some of the members of this committee. Common courtesy takes us a long, long way. I'm a lifelong small businesswoman, and I want to emphasize the importance of working with business-minded leaders rather than career politicians who may not fully understand the real harm that bad policy inflicts on everyday Americans, especially back home in my state of West Virginia. The Working Families Tax Cuts provided much relief to our families, our farmers, and our small businesses across the country, and it fulfilled President Trump's promise of tax relief and certainty. One of my priorities has been saving the Gig Economy Taxpayer Act, which repealed the Biden administration's harmful 1099K reporting threshold of $600, and it restored back to the proven standard of $20,000 and 200 transactions. Can you speak to how much of an effect that this policy had on the tax filings of our hardworking Americans?
Well, I think that just speaks to the Democrats are not the party of Main Street. They're the, I don't know what they're the party of, but they're bringing this down. I thought that it was one of the most reckless things that have been done. That you were going to create this paperwork for small businesses. Many of them, they have service businesses, and to do this, and the magnitude from 20,000 to 6,000, it just shows a complete tin ear. An administration that probably had a record low business people involved with the administration, and what they viewed the business experience.
Thank you so much. I yield back my time.
Thank you. Before I recognize the gentlelady from Alabama, I want to inform members that at the request of our witness, I intend to call a brief recess following Ms. Sewell's questions, and I now recognize the gentlelady for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, you promised the American people that the big, beautiful bill would lead to a big economic boom for the American people. In a statement you made on July 3rd, 2025, after the passage of the so-called One Big Beautiful Bill, you said that the legislation would unleash growth in the American economy. Republicans pledged that it would stimulate economic growth and lead to an additional $2.4 trillion in government revenue. However, the most recent GDP data shows that the economy barely grew in the last quarter of 2025 at a rate of only 0.5% and continues to fall below expectations in the first quarter of 2026. Time and time again, you told the American people not to believe their own eyes or what's in their bank accounts. While families have been hit with higher costs from Trump's illegal tariffs and his costly war on a war of choice in Iran, this administration continues to insist that the economy is thriving. The reality, sir, especially for the folks that I represent in Alabama, is that you forecast a 5.4% growth in GDP for the fourth quarter 2025 and only delivered a 0.5% growth. The reality is that wages have fallen behind rising inflation and that job growth dramatically slowed down since Trump took office. Mr. Secretary, I'm asking you rhetorically the following question. I ask you, why was your analysis so wrong? And I'm asking you rhetorically, since you've shown yourself not to be able to answer questions on this side. So let me try to answer it. Could it be that the illegal tariff or the cost of the war of choice in Iran were the reasons why your analysis was off? Whatever the reason, I want you to know that the people that I represent in Alabama are hurting under this economy. Prices in Alabama have fallen by 3.6% over last year. Energy prices are up 18%. And
I'm asking you a question rhetorically. That means don't fucking answer it.
Since President Trump took office. In addition, the Iran war has cost American households over $100 billion. Grocery prices are rising faster than any time in the last 4 years, and gas is over $4 a gallon in Alabama, where last year it was only $3 a gallon. Mr. Secretary, your economy, this economy under this administration is failing the American people, and we can and must do better. My second question, or my second topic I'd like to discuss is what's going on. Sir, I haven't asked you one single question. Mr. Chairman, I asked to reclaim my time. I'm not asking him a question. I'm stating facts.
You're not stating facts, you're stating opinion.
Mr. Secretary, Black and brown Americans feel like they are under attack by this administration. President Trump has ordered state legislators across the country to redraw maps to dilute Black political representation. Moreover, Trump has weaponized the DOJ to go after groups like the Southern Poverty Law Center because of the work that they've done to expose white supremacy groups that are often supporters of President Trump. I am asking you, sir, that if the IRS plays a role in these cases, I ask that you ensure that the IRS is not improperly influenced by the president or this administration during the duration of that case. And I trust that you will make sure that that does happen. Lastly, Representative Davis and I sent several letters to the IRS, and I think that Representative Davis, during his questioning of you, asked you about it. This most recent tax season was the first time that the president signed an executive order in September of last year that ceased paper refund checks from being issued. This decision to upend paper checks has led to a significant delay in refunds for those taxpayers. And I understand in your response to Mr. Davis, you said that 95% of those that receive their refunds get them electronically. Well, I represent the 5% that do not have access to electronic repayment. Those folks need paper checks and they need their refunds now. I trust that this administration will do all that it can to make sure that all Americans, irrespective of whether they're unbanked or have access to electronic payment, that they get their refunds. And Mr. Davis asked a question that you didn't answer, but I'd like to answer it for you. We're asking that you and your office, that the Treasury Department, work with us to make sure that our constituents get their refund checks.
I will commit to do that.
Thank you, sir. I yield back the balance of my time.
That was the first I'd seen. And to be clear, that number 5.4% was the Atlanta Fed GDP now, but I know that's inconvenient. So
Thanks. As announced, the committee will stand in a 5-minute brief recess.
thousand. I chase the mirror into mirrors. Every thought. I am the charioteer of the east, Lord of the past and
perplexing, and aid and guard me in this work of art.
Strike the master the chord, draw the flaming sword, crown child and conquering lord, Horus, avenger, O thou of the head of the hawk, thee I invoke. At every thee I invoke, throughout the whole of the ritual give the sign of Apophis. The only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain, she that bore thee in Haru.
You understand my point. You understand my point.
Yeah, but it doesn't get to the core of my argument.
Doesn't matter because I've addressed your argument and you understand my argument, and my argument's better than yours. You acknowledging that right now. Either we play that we live in a naive race blind world, or we operate that we live in a race that has racial biases or preferences or attitudes. And obviously my world is operating in my world is way better than operating in your world. Better outcomes, better methods, better fucking ideas, everything.
The world that we live in is a world much closer to the world that I just explained, where the voir dire process requires that the jurors swear under oath that they are not to impose any of their preconceived biases, perceptions, or opinions.
Yeah, but we know that they are going to anyways.
Evidence in the case.
But they're going to anyways, right? And so the question would be, the question should be, would you rather have a juror, regardless of who it is, be more sympathetic, or on the opposite end and not sympathetic? Let me finish my statement. In a system that in which we're supposed to presume innocence.
Go ahead. Great point, Mr. Friendly.
I love that. No, here's. But I don't listen. Let me be blunt, right? Because the system. No, Timothy. The system is supposed to lean The system is supposed to lean on innocence. You have to prove guilt. And the way that a lot of people, when they talk about stuff, lean on guilt.
Presumed guilt.
You're supposed to be cloaked in innocence.
Exactly.
Cloaked in innocence.
Because wait, let me finish.
Mr. Phillips killing y'all, that's why y'all keep his mom.
This is why I'm talking about a jury of diversity, because you have to presume innocence. If the state has the burden to prove that they're guilty. We don't go in and prove it that they're innocent. That's not how it works.
No, you wouldn't know. No, but the point that you're arguing for now, which to be fair, I said like, but Florida free, all the people who generally, well, I don't know about Florida to be honest, but the people who I generally don't side with are right about is that essentially what you're trying to do is import a bias that is in favor of the position you hold. But for people that don't hold that position, like imagine if like what we were doing was saying like, oh, we need to make sure that we get 3 KKK members on the trial for like, let's say it's a majority black area, like somewhere in Georgia. We need to make sure that we get 3 KKK members on the jury. Everyone would be like, no, that's ridiculous. But for diversity's sake, no, you want bias in favor of the person that you think is innocent. But like for most people who have analyzed this case to be like, actually, the kid is guilty. It's like, no, like why would you want people essentially that are going to be biased?
So can I? All right.
I'll go to you, Kyrie. Go ahead.
That's what we're arguing for. Bias.
Hold on. That's fine. So basically, what you're saying is there is 2 people here that are being evaluated, and when we evaluate one, it's a white person who is no longer with us, a black person who is with us. And what you're saying is the more apropos, fair, balanced, objective route is to have a white person on the jury.
No, I'm not saying that.
Oh, okay, cool.
I'm saying there is
a blind process. One second. All right, good. If you're not saying that, then I'm going to offer the alternative. Right? The alternative, yeah, so I'm glad you're not saying that because that would be ridiculous, right? Because we can clearly see how they could be like blinded by the fact that one of their own has been slain. Now, the alternative is that this person is not have an antipathy towards blacks. They have actually a resonate, or they have a just. You wouldn't even say sympathy. Thank you. Yeah, they have. I think sympathy works. They have a sympathy or understand. I would say better understanding. And I think that is the key ingredient versus or a lack of understanding. Now, do you think that it's a problem to have people on the jury who have more understanding as opposed to less understanding?
No, of course but
they need understanding of
okay,
cool.
A blind process.
They don't need an understanding of the blind process.
Another reason why you need diverse juries is because the word reasonable is a big word. It is one of the most common used words in laws and statutes. It is pretty. I'm gonna illustrate my points. When I was with this anecdote, when I was a B cop, I shared this story many times. We were walking through a neighborhood, and there were several young black teenage males loud on the basketball court, arguing with one another. He thought that a reasonable response to them would be to go in and people come in here. Because he felt
I guarantee they're gonna come up here.
And I said, no, that doesn't look like a fight at all. That doesn't sound like a fight at all.
It's
Are you looking at foreign.com again?
Right?
Never cease to amaze me how they want to sit
and they're not fighting at all. They're arguing LeBron and Jordan or Jordan and Kobe.
There's one person that's in the audience that says the same thing to us every time.
When you're looking at a juror and when you're talking about someone's actions, whether or not they are reasonable, culture freaking matters. It absolutely matters. And so in the example of the KKK person, yes, I am going to rule, yes, if I could put 3 KKK members on a jury with a KKK member that was on trial and to pursue justice, absolutely, because they're gonna understand culture. They're gonna understand what is reasonable in that person's actions, and they're going to be able to educate. They're going to be able to educate and deliver. They're going to be able to educate when deliberating the facts of the case, because that's their job, to deliberate the facts of the case. right?
Exactly.
And if you have someone, that has no inklings of the culture or the perspective of the person and how they're responding, you can't make the determination that if what they're doing is reasonable or not because you don't understand. Hold on, my phone's ringing.
I know y'all heard me.
Y'all are disgusted by reality.
I know y'all heard me call next like several times already. So I'm just gonna jump in now. I called the next after concrete. I called it. I'll check in a second. I called next after concrete. Then Finley win. I'm just gonna jump in right now. All right, look. So the argument that they're making is it's actually one of the worst arguments that I've heard. It's something like this. So I'm going to give a random number. I'm going to choose the number 100. So there's 100 people. 100 people go to the courthouse. 100 people. They need to apply. I'm going to say some sort of. They need to be applicable. Okay. So there's a test. It's going to be in a paper. It's going to be in the form of the paper. This is the hypothetical. They give them a paper. You have to score at least an 80 or above in order to be applicable to be a part of the jury. Okay? All right. So 100 people show. It doesn't matter how many blacks are there, how many whites are there, how many browns are there, how many yellow are there. That part doesn't matter. Okay. In this group of 100 people, all right, one of the questions are, will you be biased? And everybody who answers, yes, I'll be biased, you automatically lose 21 points. So if it's the case that every black, every brown, every yellow, any color you could think of besides white says, yes, I will be biased, you guys are saying it doesn't matter that they're going to be biased. We should remove that 80 percentile necessity for being applicable. No. We want a diverse group of people that are going to be biased, because when we brought up OJ, you know what he said? He said, so what if they're biased? I don't care that they're biased. I don't care that the woman openly said that she's biased. We want a diverse group of people. This is a terrible line of reasoning.
What's terrible is that you think that people are gonna be honest about their bias. That's number one, right? But that's number one. It absolutely matters. There's something in the example. Because I know you're doing that. You're doing that thing where you use the racial thing, right? So the KKK invokes emotions, right? And so I'm supposed to automatically hate the KKK. But no. I'm saying in seeking that makes, if that were a category to make the jury more diverse, and it's in favor of the defendant, yes, I'm good with that. I'm good with that. Because in our system, where our system fails, and I've said this many times, I don't hear speeches on this. Where our system fails is that it is a revenge system. It's not a system of justice. We're not seeking to practice the system the way it's designed. We're seeking to practice. We're seeking to practice a system. We are seeking to practice the system. We are seeking to practice a system, a way in which we are seeking to practice a system, a way in which we can be punitive so that we believe is guilty. And that's not how the system was designed.
Define justice fairly. Define justice fairly. Because you did the hypothetical was that if it's gone through some filtering process, and which, just to be clear, the defense is participating in, and the result is just a juror, 12 people, a jury, of 12 people that you believe isn't like representative, or the defendant, right? Do you think that you can basically just import 3 people that you think will be sympathetic to that fucking I gave you an extreme example to the defendant. I gave an extreme example. What if the defendant stands accused of, being part of some proscribed group, namely the KKK or something, and he's like a racist, a hate criminal? I'm supposed to throw my just principles out of the window because it's a group that hates me. That's not how it's supposed to work. And I don't operate that way. Listen. Wait, stop, Florida. Listen. Can I just finish my point? Florida, one second. Just all right. I may have said that too. Just let me finish what I was saying, which is, okay, cool, but just listen. The point I'm making, right, is that if we would all agree, a good thing not to do is we've got these systems in place. and it's just 12 people to be the jury. It would be fucking insane to say like, oh, let's help exonerate the KKK guy by bringing people who are sympathetic to the KKK guy. So you shouldn't be biting this as bullet. Like, that's actually ridiculous. Because obviously we don't want that. We don't want KKK guys getting off because of an obstinate juror who's just a racist. His sole purpose for being there is because he's sympathetic to racists. Like, obviously that's dumb, right? You're making an extreme. Y'all going with an extreme. You're going with an extreme example. Y'all are going with these extreme examples, and I played along, right? Because the extreme examples are just stupid. Because a diverse jury is not extreme. That's not extreme. Black people don't go on juries automatically thinking. Black people don't go on. Black people. I literally illustrated why I want diverse juries. Black people don't go. No, black people and people of color don't. Black people don't. I illustrated it earlier. You didn't listen to what I said, but I illustrated it earlier. Right? Y'all are going to these extreme examples. Right, and I played along because I am still going to lean in the direction. I am still going to lean in the direction of the juror that is sympathetic versus one that is not, because the presumption is innocence. You must prove beyond a reasonable doubt. And if in your head you already lean, well, this person, whether it be male or black or whatever, is Eileen. Well, they have a predisposition toward violence. They have a predisposition toward violence and crime because that is my worldview. I would rather someone be in the jury in the opposite direction because it is much easier. That makes no sense. It is much easier. If I can land my point. Because it is much easier to convince someone that is sympathetic that this, using the facts, that they are guilty than it is to convince someone that is on the opposite end that assumes guilt that they're innocent. All you're saying is I don't want someone that's biased against you. I want someone that's biased towards you. That's all you're saying. That's it. You say I want this type of bias. I don't like biases, but I like this type of bias. This is the type of bias that I want. But no, let me add one thing to that, because I know what Finley's response is going to be. It's going to be, yeah, that's a good thing, because in this legal system is predicated upon innocence until proven guilty. The problem is if we apply that, if we extrapolate that to another case where it's innocent until proven guilty, we have good reason to believe that someone is a KKK member, and his argument is, oh, look, by the same token, we need to bring people who are sympathetic to my ideology so that they'll be like far more fair and biased in favor of me because I'm innocent until proven guilty. You would think that was fucking ridiculous. So the point is, the way this bias is determined is essentially just like, if we think the black kid is innocent, then we want to stack the jury with black people because we think they're going to be biased in favor of the black. I didn't say stack the jury with black people. I'm arguing for diversity. That's not what I'm saying. That's what you're saying. Because that's what y'all are saying. I am arguing for diversity. What y'all are trying to do is create this extreme situation.
Can't make any kind of there's no way that people can make a case.
Y'all are trying to argue. Y'all are trying to use this emotional. Y'all are trying to do this emotional pleading. Y'all are trying to use this extreme. Y'all are trying to use this extreme emotional pleading.
The most, bro. You're loud, so stop repeating yourself.
I'm gonna repeat myself because every time. I didn't know they are hearing me.
He's upset because the people that chose on the Carmelo and Anthony case are white people. He's upset because people are white. You want some people that are not white on the case because if they're all white, guess what? They cannot be fair. Because there's only white people the case won't be fair. I want a black man agree with me. I want an Asian agree with me. You know, I want a Mexican
that agrees with me. You want to hear everyone that's not white. Anybody who agrees with me. I don't agree in having a bias people. Do you want to hear rights? I want to specifically have people on the jury. That's an entire fucking argument. Hello? Fucking insane. Hello, your life is on the line. Having a bias group. You want to have a bias group on the jury. It's an entire fucking argument. Now on the jury. Yes or no? Controversial. Yes or no? Your life is on the line. Contradictory. Your life is on the line. You didn't call it. Disagree. You're innocent. True one that's only
Thank you for helping whoever did it. Thank you. Thank you for illustrating the point now.
Yeah, whoever, it's not gonna stop.
Oh,
Yeah, don't turn it out, we won't stop. Turn it out, we won't stop.
Tell me that you want this petty ass. Yeah, you were interrupting. Damn, he got that. Now he gonna play big. Shit, bro. All we let people respond before this fucking weird ass nigga get out. Everybody left already.
Yeah, all artists are technicians. Not all technicians are artists. What do you think about that? Yeah, so what was Philly's position? Was it that bias should never exist in the jury selection process? Or bias is okay?
No, you keep using the word bias, and the bias is not the proper word. Well, the proper word would be understanding.
Didn't he say sympathy?
So, sympathy is a little bit also like not. I hear what you're saying, She-Wolf, but I don't think it's proper either. Understanding, because the thing you got to think about it like this from this mindset. You know how a black person is, right? There's some black people who are very distrusting of blacks, but they can be won over, right? Then there's somebody who's distrusting of blacks that can't be won over. Now the question is, what would I don't know, but the question is, what would allow somebody to be won over when they were initially distrustful? Obviously, it would be something that they can resonate with. And what can a lot of black people resonate with? Other black people in their plights. That's why you can't. I asked this question in another room. What is the purpose of a jury of your peers, and why is that a part of the system, right? Is Mr. Philly here?
Well, I think the understanding of like what the justice system is, as far as it being of like your civil duty in the larger community sense of what is right by beyond a reasonable doubt or the preponderance of evidence, right? Like that's what that's supposed to mean, like your peers of clear.
Well, you're speculating at this point, right? Yeah, so
that's what it actually says.
Okay, so you're speculating at this point, unless you're gonna give us the document that the founding fathers provided and the reasons for their providing it, right? That's what I'm looking for. The actual discussion on the legal theory of jury hearings, right?
All right, so I'll snatch that up, but are you?
Yeah, you gotta do the work before you make the claims.
Well, all right, so what I just described, I wanted to make sure that
that's your intuition. That's your intuition, or did you study it?
I'm just saying, do you share?
No, just answer it. Okay, so your intuition is not something that you studied, right?
I don't know what that is. I'm asking if you share.
All right, bro, come on, bro. You can't avoid whether or not something was studied or something was believed.
Yeah, I think you're making it about that. What I'm just trying.
I'm gonna definitely make it about that. But why do you think I'm making it about that?
Because I'm asking if you agree with.
No, why do you think I'm making it about that?
Because you're saying that it's not relevant if you agree with me, I guess?
No, you're trying to move to something else. And that's fine. You can always try to move to something else. Right?
No, you had a question about
what I'm gonna do is yes.
Right. Why I offer? Yeah, that I offer like what the colloquial understanding is of like
the common sense understanding.
Right. And then you
why would that be the same situation?
Because that's the definition that we're operating on.
No, we're not operating on the common sense understanding. Why would we operate under that?
So that we're all on the same page, bro?
Why would you say that? Why would you say that?
Okay. Yeah, I'm asking you, do you share this? If you don't, then I can go get the answer.
So what did I say? Okay, what do I want to accomplish? I know what you want to accomplish. Look. I know what you want to accomplish in this, right? What do I want to accomplish?
To see, for me to prove if I'm right or wrong.
No. What I want to accomplish is what is the legal theory on jury of your peers, and why was it established, and how is it implemented, right? What is the legal theory on jury?
Then you're saying that what I just described there could be right. You just want to know like what was the argument?
I don't care about any of that stuff. I don't care about anything about opinion. I don't care. I don't care about opinion. I care about what the legal theory is, why it was established, and how it was a conversation in the legal system. I care about the conversation in the legal system on jury of the peers. Why was it established? How was it implemented? That's what I'm talking about.
Do you think that that's what's being talked about now?
I don't care.
All right. Yeah. Do you think that? How about peers. Like, what do you think peers means?
I don't care about race. I don't care about common.
No,
I don't care. I don't care. Look, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care about what my opinion is because my opinion could be wrong. I care about how it's dealt with. You understand that they have their own language and their own definitions. There's this thing called the Black's Law Dictionary where their usage of words are going to be different. In fact, when you go to some dictionaries, they'll tell you the different domains in which a word is, how a word is defined. They'll say in the scientific sense, here's how it's defined, in the legal sense, and on and on and on, right? So that's the mistake, Samoa. Going on our own common sense understanding would be a dire mistake. Yes, you could be right part and get to what they're saying in the domain of science of law, right? That's what I'm doing. Well, you're still on you're good, but
no. So I want to do the research for you. So it says the Magna Carta 1215 is where this theory came up about being judged by your peers equally by the justice or by the objectivity of societal standards. So this comes from the Magna Carta. This is what it says here, right? So the question is what is peers now, right?
And so we have to say how are they talking about it in the legal sense, not about how we have a conversation about it, but what are Supreme Court and court cases? How are they discussing it? That's the only things that are going to matter. How are they discussing it? And
peers mean citizens, people in your community, people from another community or whatever that is. Even in the federal component, right? Obviously these people don't live near you or anything like that. So, but yeah, that's where it's kind of rooted from, and it's in the spirit of fairness. People have a commonality of understanding.
There you go, understanding. There's that word. There you go. We're good. We're good.
But there's a difference between understanding what the law is and how you go about the operations of the jury whole thing, right? And looking at evidence and not allowing your personal biases to intrude on that. And then there's the understanding of the person that's the defendant and what they're going through, and that's something that a juror should never do.
Is that what you believe?
Absolutely.
Cool.
That's why there's jury instructions to say, hey, ignore everything that you've seen online. Ignore this person's history. This person's history is prejudicial, whatever, right? So the judge is already taking things off of the table for consideration for the jury immediately, because it could basically just poison the views of those people, because they're trying to get it as unbiased as possible. So if Finley walks in there and says, he looks like Trayvon Martin to me, somebody's going to be like, oh, you just bridged something that should only noted of this situation here, and now you're going to bring this into the conversation. And we can't have that. You have to look at the evidence in isolation, not in collaboration. Hey, but what do I have to do?
That's a fact, Monica. It's a fact.
No, but I didn't get Finley's point, because I heard what you were saying, Knowledge, and what Timothy was saying from across the room.
But someone kept yelling, so they left.
Yeah, but what was Finley's point?
You want to hear what he said about the OJ case?
No, I missed that. I heard your response, and I heard Timothy's response, but Finley was saying, that's not what I'm saying, that's not what I'm saying, that's not what I'm saying. You guys are trying to make it emotional, or you guys are trying to see emotional appeal thing to attach to something like that.
Finley said the juror is supposed to prove their innocence. He wants a juror that's going to prove their innocence. He doesn't want to live in a society where they try to prove they're guilty.
Presume.
So when it came to the trial of OJ,
he said, the juror said that they were biased as fuck, right? And he said, yes, that's what I want. I'm okay with that. He said, I'm okay with juror representing someone who looks like them and with them being biased towards them. I'm okay with that. And then the argument was, that's fucking retarded. You don't want people who are, let's say, that's why the KKK member brought up. Let's say there's a KKK member that's going to be put to trial. And all the members that were selected for the juror are all KKK members. You okay with that? He said, yeah. He bit the bully. He said, yeah.
Well, like, if it's like presumed to be innocent, then that means that you have to work your way, this is like beyond a reasonable doubt, to where you're overly convincing that he's not, but you're starting at, like, let's say a -1, or like, let's say a +1. Now you got to work me back.
That's correct.
But then he said that he's okay with the whole jury pool being KKK members. If
correct.
KKK guys up the defense.
Yeah.
Yeah, to me that doesn't. To me, it's kind of like, hey man, hey, do you live in Appalachia? Yes. All right, let's strike this guy. Yeah, what's up, man? Oh,
what's up, man? What's up? Hi, what's up?
Yo, Ishmael, good question.
Yeah. What's the question, man?
Has anybody ever told you have a voice of someone that would slap the dog shit out of?
What do you mean by that?
Oh, like just your voice makes you want to slap the dog shit out of.
Oh,
Have you ever heard that?
What do you mean by that? Suck my dick, man.
Whoa.
That was a good response.
Motherfucking man. I haven't seen.
Why did you go like the level of
crap, man? You Kitover.
Yeah, I think it went too far. I was just asking you a question.
Motherfucking boy.
I was just asking you a question. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. What are you doing?
Who's gonna give a fuck about
Sounds like he wants to get
shut the fuck up, man. Slap the shit out of back for some fucking foolishness, man. I'm just too respectful, man. I just got in this.
I'm trying to be respectful too. I was asking you a
That's
question.
not true, my man. That's not true, man. I've always respected niggas, man. This is alright.
You have to respect the world. No, I was just asking you a question.
Yeah, look, man, like, we were kind of talking about this Carmelo Anthony thing yesterday, right? And I think that if you're going to be looking at this case through, like, the racial lens, you're going to be able to find some things, and, it's like, when can things be...
I was moved down for no reason, bro. That shit crazy. Shit crazy
reason. It's just either a good or not good reason.
No, for no reason, bro. It was just random.
No, there was...
No, random, bro. It's like something coming from nothing. Like your belief system.
How about this one? How about when God says, do these things or I won't bless you or answer your prayers? In that scenario, a woman say no.
I just want to say it. Nate's on stage. Kids don't be on stage. Just want to call it out.
I'm going.
Oh, shit. Bro. Hey, Nate.
He left.
Yeah, he left.
Shot here and moved himself down.
That's crazy.
Oh, he is in the goo. Samoa, I thought he left. He's in the goo.
No, he moved the king down and then moved himself down.
What's up, Samoa?
Do you think, like, the narrative right now that the prosecution struck the last 3 that was on, do you think that is your intuition that there's something wrong here?
I think that they eliminate black jurors to eliminate any chance that there could be someone who will be, as Finley and Concrete was saying, for lack of a better term, but this is what Finley said, sympathetic towards the defendant. And there was some pushback as if sympathy would be wrong or something, similar to that nature. And Mr. Finley made a great point that sympathy would not be bad in the instance where in our system you
you're supposed to be presumed innocent, right? You don't prove innocence, you prove guilt, right? So that wouldn't be a bad thing. And I think they eliminate that chance that there could be one person there that might fight for the defendant, right? And it makes a situation where if you have an all-white jury, there won't be someone there in that jury room to advocate for that defendant. I understand that defendant, that would be more like their peer, right? And represent their peers more justly and more equally, right? Because as a black person, I don't live in an all-white neighborhood. You know what I mean? So if I'm fighting for my life, and there's 12 people that are going to decide my fate, a jury of my peers is not 12 white people. In my opinion, well, maybe in the suburb I live now. But.
So my question, Shayla, is hypothetically, if you were a white person and let's say 7 of it were black people, you would say that's an unfair juror?
7 out of 12 sounds a lot more diverse than all 12.
Would that be an unfair jury?
No, because that sounds diverse if only 7 of 12 are black.
Okay. What about if
and walk back up front. He doesn't have anything. He goes to pick up his book bag.
Oh my God, we found Diva! She's talking and politically correct. She's litigating and narrating live.
At that point, Andy says that
Cyrus versus Dr. Chow 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 Chow.
I saw something heavy, and that's, that he thought that was a water bottle, which I'm assuming was the gun. And so then he picked up his bag and he walks out.
Very
walks in the corner of the store. And then Andy and Rick run out behind him. Right? Screaming. Then you see it come to
These are people who don't go to the gym. So what does that mean?
Because they go off that camera. And then the parking lot.
And we're about to. Should have read this morning.
Behind him.
Didn't read. I'm out of the top 1% today. Uh-oh. Gotta be in the 1%.
That's very interesting. You can listen to the things he says, how he says it, how he's hesitant to answer questions. Very explicit. I mean, you could say, sure, he was.
This is actually my contribution to eliminating structural white racism and replacing it with structural black racism. That's okay. Hello?
There was at least one witness that said.
This is law school for lawyers that never made it. This is Judge Judy in the afternoon for lawyers that just couldn't pass the bar. Just couldn't pass it.
Pointed at Andy or not. So somebody was sort of terrified that witness story is new. And initially I felt like, why aren't they taking the witness story just as seriously as they take Andy's story? People there at the shooting is with Andy and Rick.
Yeah, and they asked him generally, they asked Andy to, because I was there, I saw him throw something. And then he says, he said, I looked, and he didn't see anything but trash. But then it turns out that it was his phone, because he ran out of his shoe, and his phone fell out of his pocket, whatever. So his phone ran out of his shoe, he keeps running. What else was interesting? The hypervigilance of the Rick's store. And this is really interesting, because I think they didn't talk about this at all, but I think that it's important for the psychology of what this type of was to a human being, right? Apparently Rick had gone to, he was a professor in some tech, right? He did some sort of engineering, tech, AI, surveillance, something like that, right? And so did his son.
Right.
And so they had a high,
horse lab in this room.
A cool facial recognition system in their store.
So they had over like 25 angles of cameras, and the facial recognition system, they had an entire system behind the counter, and you see the video of the entire probe and this, whatever technology is just to identify the faces of people that come into the store that mark them as potential, Andy claimed that the barrel was silver, and that's how he was able to identify the gun. Did you happen to look at the gun after? No, I didn't look at the gun.
What are you doing today?
I'm relitigating Cyrus's murder outside of the gas station.
I think the woman, the mom in the store owner, I think she was really wrong because she was standing right behind that boy, and she seen him put back all those waters, and she still let her son and husband go out there and say he stole the water. If you look at the video, they was washing like a hot. Like I would have put the waters back in. Like I'm not buying nothing in this store.
How did the horseflies get in the house?
Like, did anybody have
Who left the door open?
What did the parents say about him carrying a gun? Did the parents make a statement about him having a gun? Did they know he had a gun?
Don't take your guns to town, son. Leave your guns at home, Bill. Don't take your guns to town.
That's not something that I don't know what's going on.
The parents acknowledged both of his parents said he had a gun.
Okay, thank you for answering my question, Joanna.
Yeah, this ain't, like I said, it ain't in South Carolina where he might have been shooting fucking squirrels out of the tree. That's the problem I have with this. Like, we gotta be careful with our kids having these weapons. I wouldn't.
Yeah, it's a bad idea, baby. It's not smart to have a gun if you a YN.
And my first in the video, that lady seen that boy put back all his water. She should have had her husband and tell us that now. Am I tripping? Because she was right behind him. She was like following him in the store.
It's also military time, bro.
That shit, I think that shit bigger than Metro Atlanta. That motherfuckers be wilding out there. Y'all drill sergeants be getting fucking robbed all the fucking time out there. That city is dangerous.
Also, Mimi, I tried to look up and find what case filings, like exactly, not just reporters or anything, in regards to the owner's previous incidents with shooting and stuff like that. Apparently, they did file it, and the judge rejected it. It doesn't say they don't have the transcripts of the
911 call while he's running 130 yards? I mean,
No, this is after he was shot. The kid was shot, and he was calling, and the dad was trying to apply pressure, and a bunch of other people. So there were sounds and stuff. People talking in the background.
Hello?
Gemini, I back-channeled you. This is on his testimony, just that part of the video.
Thank you.
It's interesting how he was, this is I'll say this. Pay attention to the way that he answers the questions that the dispatcher's asking him, and in the time frame, and just like how.
Somebody got it. That's gonna play it.
I'm pulling it up right now, buddy.
Patty, let's get to work. Let's solve this one. Yeah. Patty's on the case. I'm driving right now.
It's about 14:59 in the video. So.
Oh, I thought that the whole video was it. It's not.
No, the whole video is about 2 hours. That's his entire testimony.
14:59.
14:57, I think, is the recording starts.
Okay.
More around.
when is the best time?
I can't help you with your car payment. What do you think I'm here for?
Give me 1 second.
I'm here to pay your car. I'm having a really tough day. I can't make my car payment today. Could you do that for me? This is your AI Clubhouse chat assistant. I am here to help you find the most retarded rooms on Clown House. Prepare for your next level of retardation.
There's a whole cop that just recently resigned because his wife is going through a divorce because she found out, or I don't know if she found out, but she's exposing her husband for being a white supremacist. Took a whole bunch of pictures of this, text messages, stuff like that. And this thing went through a whole freaking thorough background check, before hiring sergeants and investigators. Like people are who they are, and there's ways to get around that. And all I'm saying is, if you want to hedge against that, people's biases, simply make juries diverse. I didn't say make them all black. I said make them diverse. That's all I'm saying. That'll hedge against that.
You want to on the phone real quick?
Yeah, I told y'all this.
We want to maintain the status quo.
Oh my God, it's Monica! We found Monica! We found Beamer and Politically Correct, and we found Monica in Chili's.
Right.
You're gonna keep going. I can wait.
Hello.
Okay. I got one more thing to say. Hold on. No, you're not. I've been waiting for you.
is no answer. And what I understand is that some people only lens. I'm not gonna fight for the mic. I can either mute up or the mods can do their jobs and they can mute the
I'm trying. Whoever's doing that, yo, stop. I thought it was on Gustavo. No, it's on Monica, then me.
So now we know who's interrupting. So in the case of Kyle Rittenhouse, there were many people that called him a white supremacist. There were many people that judged him guilty with no interest in guilty beyond a reasonable doubt or presumed innocent until. So just because you view them with a racial lens doesn't mean the majority of Americans. I understand there's some concern that it's an all-white jury, but I believe the racial demographic in that small Texas town is 60%, 70% white, 10% black, 20% Hispanic. I'm not sure of the demographic makeup, maybe 15% Hispanic and then 5% other. I can be corrected on that, but I would like not to be interrupted. So when people are making much ado about it being an all-white jury, I would ask that people remember that the majority of white Americans believe in law and order, and that we can, no matter the feelings of pain, that the unnecessary death of Austin Metcalf is inspiring in many of us. We do want a fair trial. And while I wouldn't want to be on the jury, I am praying for the health and safety of the jurists, because people who are over emotional tend to take their venom and anger and feelings of injustice out on the people. Again, moderators, are y'all even there? And I'm the steady driving. We got it. Finally,
as I was saying.
There was something along the lines of Daughters of the Confederacy speech.
My final point is, I get that you don't trust white people. I get that you think we're out for a lynching and won't this be fun. I'm sure there are some stupid white people who are looking forward to their pitchforks.
Projection alert system has been detected. Projection alert system has been activated.
And such a waste for both families. Thank you, Knowledge. The mic is yours.
Alright, I think I had a total of 3 points. Maybe I forgot something in the middle. Alright, let me try to do the first one. The first one was to Concrete, but I don't think Concrete is in the room. I think he left already. It's about 18 to 20 minutes ago. Anyways, I wanted to apologize to Concrete for whooping his ass in front of everybody in the room. And I wanted to apologize for everybody.
Let's go!
His ass in front of you guys. I know some of your eardrums probably hurt, and it's my fault. I will take that blame. If I was to be arrested today and be held at court, I kind of understand what Mr. Finley is saying, but I still think it's wrong. So if I went to court today because of what I did to Concrete, I would want everybody in this room to be a part of the jury, because I want to be let free, even though I am guilty. I'm saying I am guilty. What I did to him was wrong, but I am guilty. I would want everybody in this room to be
back to Bima. Every day, putting on 1 more pound to fix structural white racism with Patty, First Lady, and Bam.
I'm saying, so like, these are just, it's very hard to do this. These are levels of homicide, okay?
I understand all of that. That's not hard. I'm trying to square 2 things. A prosecution arguing that someone committed murder. The person admitting they were using deadly force in self-defense of others, and the deadly force being involuntary. How can you reconcile those?
Hello?
Give me 1 second. There's a single shot that is known as potentially deadly force.
This is Gemini. This guy's arms are the size of tree stumps, but he's only 4'10". He's a midget bodybuilder, a daytime litigator, social justice, equity, and restorative facilitator. Gemini.
I'm referring to intent. I'm not referring to the number of bullets. I'm referring to intent under the law. If you do with the number of bullets.
Okay, what I'm saying is if you fire once, your intent may be to just defend yourself or not kill the person.
When you claim self-defense, you're claiming the intent to use deadly force. That's what a self-defense claim is. That you intended to use force. Doesn't matter if it's one bullet or 1,000 bullets.
That's not true. I can claim self-defense and have shot somebody without the intent to kill them. I could have shot them in the leg, shoulder.
Gemini, anytime you use a gun, it's deadly force. It doesn't matter how many shots.
Self-defense in law, when someone dies, the intent is deadly force.
You're talking about the intent of deadly force. Deadly force. The intent of deadly force.
You got this.
When you're claiming self-defense, you're saying what you did is justified. So it could be killing someone, it could be assaulting someone, it could be bad. All these things. You're saying what you did was justified. So the prosecution would have to prove that this is not self-defense. This was what we're charging you with. So no, you can't claim self-defense and no, that's not what I'm saying. You can't. It's not self-defense and involuntary manslaughter. It's one or the other.
Hello.
For the record, what I was saying is self-defense does not equivocate to deadly force. There's a lot of different types of self-defense that is not deadly force.
No, it depends on what happens to the victim. So if the victim dies, you're claiming use of deadly force.
Yeah, free. So real quickly,
I'll go after you, Simone.
That's so quiet. Always.
Knowledge is always defending the ops.
This is you, friendly. I know the song. And real wrong, maybe this is what it was. That's what caught our attention. You said that you want a diverse jury because basically a diverse in thought, right? Which is that somehow people's race will make them be, I guess, basically some form of bias where someone is fighting probably for the worst aspect of the case. I'll give you a scenario. If, let's say, it was black and white, not the jury, but this concept that... Are you in the Matrix or am I in the Matrix? You're in the Matrix, definitely. Okay. Oh, okay. Gotcha. I'll repeat it and try to make it fast. So I was saying, when you say diversity in jury, right? Because supposedly given diversity in thought, you appeal to the idea that race gives you a different perspective, which you already conceded to. I don't think you sincerely believe that because, again, there's a lot of mixed people in here. We have a lot of diversity in thought. However, most of the black people in this space think the same way on one of the eyeballs, right? And what you're pushing is that some of the black people, or most of the black people, will probably argue in favor of Anthony, but not in favor of the facts, which implies that the white people will argue in favor of Metcalf and not in favor of the facts. And I'm saying that people can argue in favor of the facts, and we don't need people deviating to cause a hung jury or any type of jeopardizing in the case based on their own bias. So if you was in a jury pool, like some of us have been, and someone say, hey, this person is a black male, and systemic racism has the X, Y, Z, or this person is queer, and, queer people don't get a fair shake, they're exercising their own fucking bias, and we don't need that. So what I'm saying is, if we're picking a jury, and I hope you believe in this, if we're picking a jury, we want to get people who display objectivity, right? Because that would mean they're going to look at the facts of the case and only go off that. Everything else wouldn't run juries to where they only hear the facts of the case and not see the people. But I know it's unrealistic because you have to consider all these other factors, you know, the person's emotions, the show regret, remorse, etc., all that shit. So I'll land on this. Do you believe that people can come to a conclusion without using their bias? That's to you, Finley, when you get a chance, when you get back in.
All right, so I'll be quick here so they can go to that back and forth, right? So he's actually already answered this question here, right? Like he's already saying, like, hey, sympathetic or not sympathetic? And if I had to choose one, it would be the sympathetic for the defendant or whatever this is, right? But what it's supposed to be, and that's kind of like where you are, free, right? It's supposed to be non-sympathetic and like non-sympathetic, objective, facts of evidence, all these types of things. You're sitting there attentively. You're trying to like understand, does it meet the threshold? That's what everybody would want. Like that's the ideal thing. And Finley's kind of merging into like, but what is the actual like things on the ground? Like what's happening on the ground? And you can see how we were just talking about this yesterday. Oleg brought up like $1 billion lawsuits where there's these like consultants that are paid like $40,000 for like an hour to sit back and read the potential jurors, right? Because they're trying to control for these types of things, right? And I don't see a problem with like what Finley's saying, right? Because if you're looking at just the GoFundMe's of like how people became tribal and $500,000 is raised like, for this person because they're countering, well, according to them, they're countering something that exists, and then online it just spreads like water. Like, how are you going to control for that? Right? Like, what are the trenches that are going to tame this wildfire of everybody now being like politicized with like the whole movements of like this cultural shift? And okay, it's happening everywhere. We have to fight. It's everywhere. You can't get this thing out of like our like consciousness and that, right? Like, how does a person avoid all that? And I think that what Infinity has speak to this, the majority of the jury, the potential jury pool, aren't going to be what you actually want. But I was just reading this here. It looks like the prosecution was putting on their case. They said that they actually have the footage and they're running the jury by it. And the view catches like basically like the whole football field and then where the tents are. And like he enters in, and then they say that after the stabbing, Metcalf holds his chest, says, "You guys stabbed me" or whatever. But this part right here, I think is kind of damning, and I'm wondering what the statements are going to be like during this trial, where he runs away from the scene, throws the knife by ditching the knife, and then tries to blend into the crowd so that he can flee the scene. Like that right there was like a little. I didn't really know about a lot of that stuff, so I think it's concrete.
I'm not the family.
I think it's on concrete. Concrete was before me. Is he here? Is concrete here?
Nope, go ahead. I said after you, so we have back and forth. I feel you're gonna ask me some things.
No, I felt stuff when I started talking. So. I think Simone did a good job because I did answer that question already. Simone did a great job of kind of stemming my point and articulating it. I don't have anything else to add other than knowledge.
Okay.
I think knowledge. I think you be hanging around with your listening skills when I speak because I ain't said none of that. I said none of what you said, but I'm gonna leave it there.
Okay. So I think I understand what you're saying, Philly. So.
Yeah, don't use me to take a shot at Russell. That shit was crazy. Yeah, it's just they put me in the.
So here's this, family. Here's this. Let's do a quick back and forth. So sympathy should go both ways, right? I understand that the defendants presume innocent. That don't mean you deem them innocent. You just presume that the prosecution has to prove that case, right? And with that being said, you do empathize with the victim or the alleged victim too. That Metcalf was just a decent, law-abiding kid. He was in the place where he's supposed to be. He made. Okay. Doesn't much else. But anyhow, so you empathize with both parties. Hence, both parties have to make their cases. And I'm saying that to say that race, in my opinion, should be highly suppressed because that creates the bias that someone is going to judge. It's not really a factor. Because you gotta understand, young people, young boys, they're testosterone, they kind of want to prove sometimes. They kind of don't take things. They're still trying to figure out the world. And in this process, both of them could have made a bad decision. Metcalf could have said something to him out. And Anthony took it the wrong way. And Anthony likely responded in the worst way possible by stabbing him with a knife they shouldn't have brought to school. So I'm saying it to say that the jury have to look at these facts and undermine their own biases. Sympathy is there because we're human, but when the facts are presented, the defense, right? Yeah,
Is it you over?
Yeah, I was talking to Phil. I was shit. I thought I wanted to.
I said, put me in the queue, somebody.
I thought, what? You mean we're going to the Matrix?
No, you went in the Matrix.
Oh shit. Okay, my bad. I'm sorry. Yeah.
You can put me in the queue.
You're cutting out again.
Yeah. Real quickly. God, I agree with all that. I'm gonna make fast. Sorry. So no, I was saying that sympathy should go both ways, and the jury and as well as us.
Right, Charles.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah, Charles. Lou.
Yo, who's in the queue?
I don't know. We fucking praying or something. Why is no quiet? Shit.
Tomorrow, I'm saying that tomorrow.
We could do if there's nobody that was lying and
you cut
then Simone.
We didn't hear the last 5 seconds.
Oh, thank you, Knowledge. I thought they were fucking with me. Okay. I was just asking Finley that sympathy should go both ways, and sympathy would subside if the facts doesn't give credence to the defendant. Meaning that if Anthony operated in malice, meaning that he had malicious intent that day, not necessarily against him directly, but he happened to be the one that he stabbed that day because the conflict arose with him, then that sympathy is not considered anymore. It's just like any case, whether it be a rapist and a rape victim, like you don't have sympathy for these people if they're operating in malice. And I'm saying that's why the ideal of race shouldn't be considered almost never in these cases, because you're basically applying bias in favor of the side that you like, which is, in my opinion, is not, especially coming from your background, is not objective at all. Can I go? Yeah, because it's not a jury trial. It's just all us voting for people we think can rule better. We're not voting for.
Open your billionaire gift. Archangel Michael says you've been granted a billionaire's inheritance. If you don't open this message today, then
the poll that was done, I voted guilty, and I think that my position is more sound due to the fact that I'm most likely the one that will fight for that same black kid. And the reason I voted guilty was not because of my bias. If we took race, history, and every other thing that divided America, and we just have two human beings, and the same scenario played out, we just gave these human beings letters instead of identity. And you heard that one letter stabbed the other letter because of a confrontation under intent, we would all come to the same conclusion. Just like it's really that simple. But what happens is we add all of those other variables into the story, and we also internalize it. We pull our personal histories, and we bring in the fabric of America, and that is how we are determining he's not guilty, or what about his upbringing, or his mama was sick, or we humanize people who end other people's lives. Now, although he is guilty, I have to say this other part. I believe that if I was on as the one that's going to sentence him, I would give this young man a slap on the wrist and tell him, look, don't do it again. Send him on back to his house and then give him a hug.
For murder. Don't do it again.
He
said, don't do it again. No more murders today, anyway.
I would give the young man a hug.
Yeah, tell him the Israelites was more on God.
Every person gets one murder per lifetime. That's it.
Oh, then you can be upset at the Carolina guy.
Yo, be respectful. Don't make me have to get all monkey with you, please. Because I will fuck y'all.
Actually, you normally are. Don't do that in front of everybody.
Where your mother is. So the point is.
Well, I know you can't emulate your father. He never showed up.
Look, I'll start moving people down. It is line to go respectfully. Line. Anybody who interrupts as of now, we'll give them. Go ahead.
All right. So
could you put me in the queue? Please ignore.
I would give the young man a hug and maybe a Bible, and then maybe we might sit around like a campfire and cry a little bit. You know, just like they did for that one white bitch, that man sitting in his house in Texas, just watching the fucking wrestling or some shit in his underwear, and they, that'll be about it. I think you all are up like, I don't know, maybe 400 years and a couple thousand bodies. You can lose one or two, maybe one or two a year by the hands of a black person and look the other way. Y'all got so many damn hangings and lynchings all over the place. Stop crying about this one white kid. Forgive, right? You're all Christians, right? Jesus told you to forgive and turn the other cheek, right? And you keep telling us, well, forgive. Yeah, we murdered him. Now forgive. Show us the compassion. Horrific shit to us. And let's just move on.
Yeah, I kind of see that a little different, right? Because there could be some forgiveness with consequences that, right? So like these two things could exist at the same time, right? For me, the way that I look at it is as the prosecution already starts at a negative for me, right? There's already an uphill battle for them because it has to be beyond, not just a reasonable doubt, but beyond that. So we're not going to start at 0. We're going to start at like -3. And if I'm not even looking at the defense at this moment, right? I'm looking at the prosecution. How good is your case? Okay, cool. If they fail, I don't even have to hear from the defense. Like the way it's supposed to be. It's like, did you rise to the threshold that you were supposed to be? And if I'm sitting there looking at all the others, I'm like, bro, all this is gas, third party, hearsay, circumstantial, like the person's not even there, this and that. I don't even have to hear the defense, bro. Right? And I don't think anybody would have to. But if they make a convincing argument, then you're interested. Then you're like, okay, well, shit, there was like 5 good points there. Hey, defense, what do you got to say about this? Right? And then it's kind of like this sparring match where it's like, oh, shit, both sides are doing pretty good, right? And I'm over here got the popcorn, I'm over here analyzing it. But still, the starting point should be like at -3, and the prosecution has to work their way. That's how I think you should kind of see that. I don't know why a person would say, hey, man, you're guilty of this thing, right? I can make the argument, and I've been making it lately, that I see where the defense is going to go. And I kind of like it, right? Because they're saying, hey, a reasonable person in this type of a circumstance reasonably would react this way, right? If you're just adding all the things that can kind of be like added in his view of it, and then make the judgment there. I thought what I just read out, as far as what the prosecution just said to the jury, I thought that's pretty bad, like what he did afterwards. Right? Because a reasonable person would be like, whoa, you ran away from the scene, you chucked the knife all the way away from you, then you started blending yourself into the crowd to conceal like your identity, and then you're starting to ask these questions of the police officer to see the level of trouble that you're in, right? Like you're fishing. So like these types of things are important as well. So I haven't heard the defense yet, but we'll see.
Back in the queue. Good question. Add me to the queue before free.
Okay, I think I'm in the queue.
Why do y'all need a queue? Why can't y'all just suck?
We can. Let's do it.
I know, but Eric was next, but y'all can't just respond to Eric.
Yeah. I'm not going to Eric. Let's go.
When there's why would it?
I guess why we need the queue. No, you're not after him. Fuck y'all. Y'all take care of the queue. I'll go title that.
Why can't we just go somewhere? Go ahead, Eric.
All right, I'm gonna go after Eric. I thought I was in the queue. I'll recall it. Well, yeah. Well, I got that. Y'all did this order. Yeah, y'all gonna go after you, Eric.
Just go, Eric.
No, three. I did go Eric. You just go Eric.
Damn,
Bro, I'll go after Eric. Yo, somebody muzzle this nigga, bro. It's been a well, anyways, the point is, defense has a horrible argument. It's an uphill battle for them. I mean, given all the facts that we know, right? I haven't yet to hear anything new, right, surrounding like the facts. So I'm curious to see what their statements are going to be. But so far, it doesn't look good. And I said it from the beginning. They made the exact argument that I said that the prosecutors were going to make. It doesn't sound good. Now, I don't know this. I gotta look at like lawyers, like these Carmelo Anthony lawyers. Sounds to me, it's not a good one. This team is not a good one, right? First indication that it's not good was they allowed this shit to stay in Collin County, Texas, right? You should immediately ask for a change of venue because he knew he wasn't gonna get a fair trial, right? That's what I would have said. Right? That just would have primed me up for the appeal process that I was going to do. Number two, he failed the Batson challenge, which, given the circumstances surrounding the jury selection, right, it should have been very easy. They challenged him. They were like, "Yeah, this dude's kicking all the black people off the jury. He's stuck with 3 black women." And the reason that the prosecutors gave the why they kicked those 3 women off there because they were educators and they didn't want educators on the jury panel. And right, that makes sense. It sounds right. But when you look at my other, like, there's a white woman still on the jury who's also an educator, right? Should have been like, bro, it's clearly right not the reasons to exclude because you would have got rid of all the educators, black educators, female black educators. Right? So this just shows level of incompetence. I don't know. That $650,000 don't look like it went a long way for them to get like a great lawyer. Probably would that happen. Okay, all right, that's it. So here we go. So Samoa, last thing I want to say to you, brother, I do agree with what you said. My issue is this right here. I'm gonna go.
Norm hasn't got to speak at all.
Thank you. Okay, yeah. All right.
Do you mind? I'm sorry. Do you mind? Can you go after?
Yeah, let's go. Sure.
I'm not sorry. Yeah. So, thank you. So, once you try to use self-defense, the burden of proof switches from the prosecution to the defense. So, as Samoa said, if you're not mounting self-defense or arguing self-defense, then the burden of proof is on the prosecution beyond a reasonable doubt. If you want to say self-defense, then you have to prove several elements. And that's why I'm opening my mouth, because I want to share those elements with you and see if this case fits those elements. Okay? Proportionality. The unlawful immediate threat of harm. Reasonable belief. And imminent necessity. Okay? So, number 1. Reasonable belief. You have to believe that force is immediately necessary. Okay? Now, this case might fit that. You have to have a subjective belief and an objective belief that you are threatened. Okay? Maybe this case fits that. Imminent threat. The threat of harm or unlawful force must be happening or about to happen right away. It might fit that. Not just verbal arguments, but physical threat. Okay. Unlawful force. You must be responding to an unlawful use of force. You can't claim self-defense if you instigated the confrontation or engaged in criminal activity. Now, there's the beginning of a problem, because if you say, touch me and see what happens, as we've heard that he said, you have initiated the confrontation. Touch me and see what happens are fighting words. So right there, he might have destroyed his ability to use self-defense. But there's more. There's also proportionality. So deadly force is only reasonably justified when you believe
which doesn't apply here. So, once again, you have to show that the person was defending against the use of deadly force. Now, that's a problem here because only one side, and that's Carmelo Anthony, had a deadly weapon. The other side didn't have a deadly weapon. So they would have to show beyond a reasonable doubt that Metcalf was going to kill him somehow. And I don't think they have the evidence there to show that that Metcalf was going to kill him. Like if he had his hands around his neck, or if he was on his back, or if he had some weapon in his hand, or in some way Metcalf was able to threaten the life or the serious bodily harm, and that's just not a punch in the nose or pushing, then Carmelo Anthony might have the beginning of a defense. It would still be an uphill battle. But as such, and as Eric said, I think Carmelo Anthony has a horrible lawyer because I would never have taken this to trial because of the weakness of the self-defense element. I think Carmelo Anthony has got pretty much an empty hand when it comes to the elements of self-defense, namely that he did not have a proportional response to an imminent threat of death. And there's a lot of witnesses there under that tent, and I don't think Carmelo has any witnesses on his side. I'm shocked to see what they were thinking, unless they're just going to bail at some point or try to use this as some sort of way to get publicity or something. I think they're going to fold before the end of this trial and take the plea. You have to racialize this, I think. You keep going in a circle, but like
I'm just concluding. The attempt to racialize this, I think, is a bad strategy because I don't see that race has any element in this. It's pretty clear cut. I think it's open and shut. And I think Carmelo Anthony stands to lose a lot. Thanks.
Hey, Free, I'm fucking racism towards me. Appreciate it, buddy.
I haven't seen any racism towards anybody.
I'm fucking with you, man. Calm down. Shit. You don't have to speak.
I feel very calm. I hope you feel calm.
Okay, all right. You don't have to respond, bro. I got you. Thank you.
I
was trying to compliment you. Don't say your point. All right, shut the fuck up, man. Shit. I let you go, man. Come on, bro.
Take your own advice.
Yeah, no, it's on me. Shut up, Elmore.
Just take your own
advice.
Get a fucking nurse retreat. Yeah, let this nigga finish. Go ahead, Free.
Thank you. Please. So I was trying to compliment the fucking idiot, but he made some good points, and Small, you did too. So Small, you say you showed that -3, and I agree, generally speaking, that's the case, especially if you're not familiar with the case. But we do have certain information, right? Like the police report is one thing, then have other witnesses' statements that was recorded the same day, presume that they're going to be a part of the case. So you have a situation based on the report of him saying that is not alleged idea stabbing, right? So you have the confirmation that he actually caused the homicide. It doesn't mean he's not innocent. Of course, you have, like Elmo was saying, alluded to, you have the self-defense claim, which seems to be out the window because you're saying, which is, of course, in the police report, is based on his words, that he agitated the situation. So you lose that. But you do have the second thing, which I'm assuming they're going to try to argue, which is stand your ground, because Texas is a stand your ground state. That may be an issue because, again, like you said, proportionality, that you're standing your ground, but you have a ground to stand, right? Like, what led to this particular conflict? Did this person engage you first, and was it mutual? And if it was mutual, why did it go from hands to knives? And especially as a juvenile on school property, like all these things. So like there's so many things stacked against them to the point I couldn't start at a -3. Just without the prosecution even arguing and taking this stuff in consideration, it puts them at like a 5, like leaning towards guilty. Right? So that means the defense has a lot of shit stacked against them, so they're going to have to really prove innocence. I know by law they don't have to, but they're going to have to justify a lot of his actions. And that's what I'm saying. That's why I don't understand why a lot of people are defending him, because it seems very indefensible. I'm not saying it's impossible. There's some great lawyers out there. But that shit, it's an uphill battle is what I'm saying. That's all. I was just pointing out a good point that you made.
Again, I'll reiterate this. We actually don't know what's going on. We're aware of the defense offering, and the defense is going to say it's a self-defense, or at least that's the claim that's being made. You have somebody who posted on Facebook at the original start of this providing some information, but that has been uncorroborated.
corroborated. You haven't seen any of the videos. Nobody, except for a limited scope of the police report, which is initial statements and not really a complete investigation, seem to be going on and just saying it's self-defense or it's wholesale murder. So the ones with the tiki torches and the white pointed hoods are sitting there saying that this needs to be like, this needs to go. And the other side is saying this is 100% self-defense. Neither side is right because, quite frankly, none of you know the evidence. You don't know is being put forward. There has been a plea deal. There has been gag orders. You haven't heard much except from in the beginning by that one guy that was lifting off of the family. We got them to get a GoFundMe. He took his cut. She bought a house and a car, and that's about the extent of what you had there. But as far as the two boys, you have no idea what's going on because nobody said anything. There is nothing out there except for like conjecture and things that are just floating on the internet. And in terms of having an all-white jury, yes, it is kind of odd to see this because then it does present a possibility of an appeal based on racial. And you know what? Maybe the defense attorney's sitting there going, you know what? This is actually going to work out great for us. So, I mean, you know, there does have opportunities there where you may not. But the same people were also screaming at self-defense on the Carolina case, and then Mr. Chow or whatever his name is, General Tso's chicken, they said he deserved to be let off because it was clearly self-defense and argued from a point. However, when you watch the video and you hear the evidence that was presented, you can clearly say that running after somebody with 100 yards, you're no longer aiming a firearm and firing. You are no longer the victim. You become the aggressor. You become that person. And that those have flipped. And so now all of a sudden we're giving carve-outs and caveats and trying to make really weird side steps for one case and then coming down on the hammer on the other. And I find it really weird that people want to just make these judgments before you even heard the case. It's the same thing that happened in Rittenhouse, and everybody's saying he deserved to go to prison for all this. You didn't even know the facts of the case, and when they came out, everybody was silent, including those on the right who thought they knew the case, and they still had the facts wrong. So, I mean, most of you, I would kind of say pause. I'm just waiting to see what evidence gets presented because it's going to be a high-profile case. We're going to see it. We're going to hear about it. So we'll know. And then all of you that are screaming up and down, one of you is going to lose. And I think a lot of people are just going to be absolutely wrong. You guys are just going to try to do the, I don't want to throw Samoa under a bus because that's not really fair to him. I will say you'll do the, let's forget about this one because, you know, quite frankly, we don't want to talk about it and move on to the next virtual signal outrage that you're going to do on Clubhouse.
Thanks, man. Thank you.
So far, I've been right. They have said everything I said that they were going to say. And nothing changed. Just want to point that out.
You're still going to lose your financial bet with me, Eric.
All I got to do, right, is when they say guilty, I come back on the room and shit on all y'all. And then when they sentence to less than 25 years, right, you have to pay them.
Wait, hold on, but there's nothing new. Like as far as like the general knowledge like of what we had because it hasn't been presented yet. So like the opening argument or the opening salvo from the prosecution is basically what we all thought it was going to be, right? But what we still don't know is like what's the defense going to say? At what point are they going to start describing the state of mind of Carmelo Anthony? So, for example, Eric, if we say it's only 2 people. And the prosecution hasn't said how many of the Memorial kids were around him. And then you find out that in the defense, the statements are there was 6 people around him. Does this give a little bit of some shifting to like how you can see the defense's argument being?
No.
How about 9 people around him?
No, because he even have to argue, like, are those 9 people all hostile towards him?
Yeah, they don't all have to be. That's the point.
In order for it to be factored into like your rationale, like you want to stab somebody.
No, like red jersey versus blue jerseys, right? There's one person speaking, one person that's the aggressor, but he seems like the ringleader of this 9-person gang.
That's what I just asked, nigga. I said, and from the what is his name is Carmelo Anthony.
From his perspective, they don't.
From his perspective.
Yeah.
All 9 of those people have to be against him, right? In his eyes. And that's what I
You said that all of them hostile, right?
Yeah, from his perspective, brother. Look, he doesn't.
Wait.
He's not Professor X. He can't read their minds. Hold on, man. So I clearly like he plays the other 9 niggas.
I clearly drew a distinction between Austin and the other 8. Okay, and the reason for that is that our view could be like they're not doing shit wrong. They're just standing there. But his view was like, but he's with them.
Yeah,
he has a blue jersey.
That's literally the point I just made to you, brother. Did you not hear me say that?
Right, and you're saying you wouldn't shift it. You wouldn't shift your
I
view.
said you would have to prove that to me. That in his mind, that he associated them as one. Like that they were all part of the same group.
How about this one? You have the red jersey, you, Eric. There's one person speaking to you getting aggressive. You see 9 people with blue jerseys. Is it reasonable for you to believe that when he strikes, they're all going to rat pack you?
Yes. Yes, that is reasonable. That's why.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, nigga, that's what I just asked you. I said if that's the way that they frame it, yeah, I agree. But like, if it's not framed that way, then I don't automatically assume that because there's 9 niggas, that they all was out together.
Alright, you took an L somewhere there? I just can't identify exactly what it was because you were shifting and wiggling. You're talking about
you were desperate to get it.
Alright, no, hold on. So, like, the statement you made, Eric, was like, you haven't seen anything yet, right? That would change your view, like, on the overall.
No, that's not what I said. You didn't even hear what I said. Look, you still searching.
What did you say?
Yeah, so what I said was that on, like, face value, just presenting that there were 9 people present outside of what's the other dude's name, Metcalf, doesn't necessarily change the the burden for me, right? It doesn't move the needle, right? But if they frame it in a way that like red jersey versus blue jersey, then it would move it. But like on its face, just saying there was 9 people there doesn't do anything.
All right. But now that you know there's 9, it did shift it, right? Blue jersey, red jersey.
Yeah, I always held that stance, bro. Never changed.
Okay, so Jamal, what are you talking about? How many people's in the camp on the team? Or what? Catch me up real quick.
Yeah, so like on this camera view, they say there's up to 15 people that are just kind of some standing, some sitting around the tent. And what I'm saying is like, from the outside, we can have a certain view of people that are in proximity that are benign to the actual conflict, right? But we have to be able to place ourselves in the defense's side of it on what was Carmelo's perception of these blue jerseys in front of him, right? He's obviously outnumbered. He's Centennial, their Memorial, whatever this is. So they're going to argue from a point of, yes, not only is this one blue jersey wearer like massively bigger than him, but there's also these other people here that are in, they can just say that they're antagonistic. Just their presence in itself is like antagonizing the whole conflict, not de-escalating, but actually escalating this thing with this whole mob mentality that they're going to try to like lay out, right? And I'm saying that that these are 2 different perspectives, and we have to give some sort of room for these arguments to either be valid once they make them. Now, obviously, we don't know exactly what the arguments are going to be, but if it was me, that's what I would go for. Like immediately, like you're saying self-defense, so now you got to show that you are actually in imminent danger. So that's the only reasonable argument that I can see to be made out of what we have now to evaluate, right?
You still go with the self-defense and not Steve Brown?
Yeah, Brown is kind of like self-defense. That's what they're hoping to use.
So self-defense, from my understanding, is that you felt there's an imminent threat and you had no choice. Standing ground is that someone is trying to engage you mutually, and you comply. Like, hey, we both about to square this shit off. We stand our ground. So
not with Daniel Brown.
Go ahead.
Daniel Brown is a self-defense statute of Texas. So you believe somebody is trying to harm you, rob you, or let's commit like some violent felony against you, you're authorized to use deadly force to prevent it.
And you have no duty to retreat. Technically, you have no duty to defeat, to retreat.
Retreat, yeah. You know what I'm saying?
All right, so this is what the chat Google says.
self-defense, the overarch to use reasonable force to protect yourself or others from imminent harm. Traditionally, if you were outside your home, self-defense law required you to safely retreat or walk away from the confrontation before escalating to deadly force, which is what I was saying. Then stand your ground. It says a specific type of self-defense law that removes that duty to retreat completely. If you are in a place you have a legal right to be, you are legally permitted to stand your ground and meet force with force without attempting to flee. So that's what it would be. Because self-defense in one aspect is that you have to walk away. You try to.
We just said that. Did we not just say that, bro? We said that.
No, but I'm saying is, dude. But stand your ground is no due to retreat, which is I'm saying he would be doing stand your ground, not just self-defense in the sense that he's retreating.
Bro,
Because he's trying to it has to be proportional.
You can't escalate the deadly force. Did you not hear me say that, like, he is using the stand your ground? He's not claiming self-defense, like,
no, I didn't hear you say that, but okay.
He's relying on the statute, right?
No, I didn't hear you say that, yeah. I'm not saying you didn't, I just didn't hear you. No, I just hopped back in the room, bro. That's why I told him to catch me up.
He could stand his ground, but he can't respond with deadly force unless he was faced with deadly force. And he clearly was
That's not true in Texas.
Wait,
hold on. The convention, no, it's not.
No,
you're lying all the time, nigga.
I read you the
I know, right?
The defense hasn't presented their version of like what they're going to be. From what I understand, the defense hasn't like stated if it's going to be one or the other.
No, that's the only one that can claim self-defense under. What are those sections? There's no self-defense language.
You can only use deadly force if it's been proportional, if you've been faced with deadly force.
That's not tested self-defense.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. No, it's not. We just talked about this yesterday.
I read it to the room. I'll read it.
Oh, well, you're incorrect in your readings. Mind you, normal, you be reading a lot of shit and don't even know what you the fuck be reading. So,
that is incorrect. So I will read you once again. When you use deadly force, it can only be in response to deadly force. You cannot
say that in the Texas self-defense law.
Yeah, I don't think that's true. That is Texas self-defense.
Please PTR it.
I don't think that's true.
That's not true, normal.
You don't think it's true? Okay, so here we go. Deadly force standards. This is in Texas. Deadly force is only justified when you reasonably believe it is immediately necessary to prevent death, serious bodily injury.
That's not what you said, normal.
Yes, it is
not
exactly.
What you said, normal. No, it's not.
Or to stop the commission of an aggregated. You're just not listening.
I'm not finna read that last part. No, you're not comprehending. That's what you're not doing.
Listen very carefully.
Can you read that last part?
Yes, I will read it to you.
Very pertinent to the conversation.
Yes. Deadly force is only justified when you reasonably believe it is immediately necessary to prevent death, serious bodily injury, or to stop the commission of an aggregated and that includes kidnapping, murder, sexual assault, or robbery.
Absolutely, yeah. So you're wrong. Thank you.
I'm not so wrong. He escalated the deadly force. No indication that death or offer deadly force.
Normal, you
cannot ask a question. I don't know why you're talking over me. If you're talking over me, then you can't ask the question.
You are on trial.
Talking over me, then you can't ask the
question.
There's no excuse.
Order in the court. Order on the stage.
Over me, then you're not asking the question.
Order on the stage.
Is this a mod speaking?
Yes, it is. So,
you can't ask me a question if you're talking.
Hold on, brother. Okay.
Carmelo,
how about this? I apologize.
Hang on. It's okay.
But you're using deadly force by not. You think that my voice
Carmelo Anthony. Hang on, then I'll take your question. Carmelo Anthony escalated to the use of deadly force by pulling out a deadly weapon. The other guy was not presenting deadly force, nor was he threatening with serious bodily harm. He just asked the guy to leave. So boys tussling on a bleacher is allowable, but you escalating to deadly force will get rid of or eliminate offering self-defense.
Is this a felony?
Wait. So one question at a time. Yeah. So normal. Do you not believe that hustling with somebody who is 100 pounds heavier than you can potentially be deadly?
Irrelevant. It's not what
that
I
is very wrong. Wait. That is
not what I believe. It's what it's not a religious question. It's a factual question.
Who said it's a religious question?
Well, belief is religious and facts are facts.
Okay, but I'm asking you your opinion.
I'm not offering opinions. I'm offering facts.
So Norm, let me ask you this: you're in the streets of whatever city you're in, right?
Right.
There's somebody who's like way bigger than you by 100 pounds, right?
Right.
Brother.
He can be big or small.
Order on stage.
There's plenty of order. Order
yourself.
yourself.
Yeah, so the part of order yourself. Yeah, so you can order yourself by staying on mute.
Yeah, no, that's not how it works.
Thank you. Lead by example. Hold on.
Try calming yourself down.
I'm very
Take
calm.
a breath.
I gotta get the question.
Put your feet flat on the ground and have a sip of water.
Okay.
You're gonna be fine.
I prefer coconut water, but here's the thing, right? So
if you can't afford the coconut water.
I literally have it right now. Pineapple coconut water.
Have what you can afford.
So anyways,
pineapples are gay. Don't drink that.
Pineapples are for swingers.
That's well.
I do swing. That's for sure.
Well, yeah.
From a tree. No. Whoa! Wait, y'all heard that?
I heard it. All right. Now let's get the question.
Whoa!
Yeah, let's hear the question.
I was going to swing from the stage to the goob.
Okay. Okay.
But anyways, this is the reason why Carmelo Anthony killed a white boy, right? Because the thing is, you feel entitled to talk, however, to people that you don't know, right? And the boy felt threatened. I just felt threatened by his statement.
His feelings do not matter.
Yeah, but my feelings do right now.
No, they don't matter either. Only matters is the fact.
I'm just going to go on mute.
Can I ask you the question now? Make the stage a lot more.
Stands your ground is what they're arguing.
Let me ask you. What? He can stand his ground, but he can't escalate to deadly force.
Oh, that's on the wrong, right? Is assault in Texas a felony?
Depends on the assault. There are felony assaults and misdemeanor assaults. Why do you ask?
Nigga, if I said is it a felony, right?
Thank you for calling me that.
I wouldn't be talking about the misdemeanor.
It's not if it's consensual.
No.
Yeah. But Carmelo Anthony says, touch me and see what happens. Those are fighting words. He's now inviting the person to fight.
Hold on. I'm talking about previous to that. Previous to that. Yes, when somebody touches you unlawfully, right? Is that not a felony?
No, not necessarily. You can bump into them, you can say, excuse me.
No.
Depends on what he does.
We're using these circumstances.
The fact that, under these circumstances, it's not clear that somebody has committed a felony.
When somebody pushes you. Yes. Unwantedly, right? What is that?
It depends on the circumstances.
Oh my God.
There's no definite rule.
That's assault, brother. Look, I'm just you don't want to answer.
You said it's assault, but it's not necessarily. It's not
felony. You gotta hear what Eric is saying.
It's not felony.
It is.
No, Eric.
Bro, just let me finish.
It's not a felony necessarily.
It is.
It depends on the fact.
It is.
By default, it's a Class A misdemeanor.
It depends on the fact.
No, it's not.
It's a felony if.
Read the felonious definition. That's helpful. Go ahead.
May I please, moderators? Is that okay?
Yeah, go ahead. Read it, bro.
An offense under the assault subset, a Class A misdemeanor, except that the offense is a felony of the third degree if the offense is committed against 1. A person the actor knows is a public servant while the public servant is lawfully discharging official duty. 2. A person whose relationship to or association with the defendant is described by subsection 71B1, blah, 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 of family code.
Domestic violence. That's domestic violence.
3. A person who contracts with government to perform a service in a facility described by another section of the Penal Code of Family Code. 4. A person the actor knows is a security officer while the officer is performing duty. 5. A person the actor knows is emergency services personnel.
That doesn't apply.
6. A person the actor knows
pressing us live.
God damn.
7, a pregnant individual to force. 8, a person the actor knows is pregnant. 9, a person the actor knows is hospital personnel. 10, a person the actor knows or really should know is an employee or agent of the utility. 11, by an actor who is committed to a civil commitment facility. And that's it.
What the bro? Don't ever do that shit again, bro.
Why?
Fuck. Can you please scan it to see if it's applicable to like the conversation before you just waste our time?
The point is that it's not.
Oh my fucking god. Alright, hey, Eric.
I'll be back to fact check in a minute.
Alright, so like a push or a punch, right? A push would be something like 4th degree. Something that's not like the severity, right? A punch would be something that's like 3rd degree, 2nd degree. Would you agree with that statement, Eric?
Say it again. I wasn't finished. Say it again.
Yeah, a push would be something like 4th degree, right? In severity. A punch would be something like 3rd degree. A weapon would be like 2nd or 1st degree.
What degree what?
Misdemeanor or felony. Yeah. The misdemeanors are 4th and 3rd.
Different degrees, yes. Different degrees.
Right. So for using the Carmelo Anthony case, the first point of contact is a push, according to the statements made by the people that were there. Okay? And then he responds after the push, so this is the whole misdemeanor assault right here that you're talking about. The next one is a punch me, and then you'll find out or something like that, right?
I thought he said touch me. Now, I don't know if he said that first or not, that he was touched. We don't know.
There's 2 points of contact. There's the first point, and then there's the escalation to, okay, that doesn't warrant a response. Now do this.
What's the first point?
Yeah, the first point of contact was the push. And
I thought the first point of contact was, would you please leave?
No, I'm talking about physical contact. Like actual physical contact. The first physical contact.
Walk us through it. So the guy says, would you leave? And then what does Anthony do?
And then Carmelo Anthony basically says, no, I don't gotta fucking go anywhere. And then he starts walking towards him and he says, touch me and you'll find out. Then he pushes him.
Wait, stop it right there. Those are fighting words. He just lost his self-defense right there.
I don't know if that's fighting words.
No, you
touch me and see what happens.
That's not fighting words.
Yeah, that's not what happened.
Those are fighting words.
Wow, you're taking it out of context.
No, that is the context.
And then Carmelo, the white dude pushes him. Then
no.
Carmelo
responds.
See what happens.
Yeah, contact was already made.
Wait, hold on real quick, bro. We have disagreement over the facts. Come on, guys. So let's get this clear, right? First he says touch me, and then he says punch me. Yes or no, Eric?
Bro, that's not what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm talking about.
Hold on, man. I'm only talking about Carmelo Anthony's responses.
Bro, I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about that, brother. I'm saying you made a mistake when you said that Carmelo Anthony walked up to him and said,
no, I said,
he didn't say that. Hold on, bro.
Everybody mute up. So Eric's right. Like because I was about to correct you on the same thing. You implied, or you said that like Austin walked up to him. Then Carmelo said, "Touch me, see what happened."
Thank you.
Then Carmelo, then Austin pushed him. No, that's not how it happened. Carmelo only said, "Touch me."
That's not what he said.
Come on.
Real quick, let me just finish. I'll be quicker. Look, just to clarify, I think what Eric was going to point out is that the push happened first. Then Carmelo said, "Touch me and see what happens."
Yes, that is correct.
According to the report, that's not true. The report, he said, touch me first. Then he touched him. Then he said, now punch me.
Yeah,
so he said that first.
That's right. What am I going on? Who you want?
I'll be quick. It's going to pass the message to the I got a message from Louis saying that he got the money to send to you. So send me your cash out or whatever. Just send me whatever you want.
I know we all benefited from that toilet flush. Thanks so much for your kindness.
So Free, can you tell us where in the you just read from where in the police report that it says that before the dude was pushed, that he told him to push him?
Yeah,
the first time.
I'm watching this next time. I thought I played press.
He said it. Let it read.
You're washing dishes in the
Yeah. It's in the police report. Give me a say one addition about that.
Hold on. Page 4 of the police report.
So page 4 of the hit read test right there?
To make the terms clear, bro.
Go ahead.
Yes, you are saying that Carmelo said, touch me before any physical contact was happened, right? I'm saying that isn't true. All right, I'm saying, please show me in the police report where that is the case.
Sure, give me a second, pull it up.
Yeah, so while he gets that, I want to make sure that the claim is clear. We're saying Carmelo Anthony said two things. First, he said, touch me, and then he said, punch me. Okay?
No, that's not my objection. That's not my objection.
I might have missed it, but I didn't hear the second one.
Yeah, that's not my claim.
Yes.
That's not my claim.
Well, hold on.
I didn't disagree with you on that.
Whoa. All right, so I want to make sure that you said that you disagree with something that I said.
Yes.
All right, so you
disagree with one second declaration from Carmelo Anthony.
We're not disagreeing with the statement that you're saying he said. We're disagreeing with the sequence in which you said it.
So I want to make sure this is clear, right? So Carmelo says, touch me. I'm saying that this is when the first touch happened, and then he elevated it by saying, now punch me. That's what I'm saying happened.
Yeah.
We're saying Austin first pushed him. Go to page 4. Go to page 4 of the police report. Austin first pushed him.
No, they're only looking at the one statement.
No, that doesn't matter, bro. Look, whatever.
Whoa, hold on right now.
That actually does matter. It shows statements by several officers.
If you're looking at 30 statements, and the common theme is that he said, touch me and you'll find out that he was touched, and then he said, punch me and you'll find out that he was punched.
That's not my point of contention. I don't know what you're talking about.
Just hold on, bro. If what I'm saying is, out of all the statements, this is the theme that they're running with. The police is running with.
Why does that matter, brother? That is not my objection.
Hold on, bro. Because if you're only pointing at one statement, as far as the order of events, the other statements outweigh the validity
of this matter. That's not my argument. It's not my fucking argument. That doesn't matter.
It's on the police report. Who's getting it?
Yes, I don't know why you keep talking about like that one outweigh.
We read this out the other day. I read it out to
I don't know where you're doing this weird thing where you act like you don't hear the claim that is being made. Right? I'm not objecting to one outweighing the other. That's not my fucking objection. My objection is when you originally presented as if Metcalf didn't touch Anthony first before anything was said, and I'm saying no, he touched him first. Then Anthony responded with touch me again and see what happens.
Yes,
right?
We
It's along those lines. Right?
Yeah, that's not the sequence that I heard.
Yes,
the sequence that we're saying is wrong. Before there was any touching, Carmelo Anthony said, touch me and see what happens.
Yeah, that's just not true. Yeah,
that's not
so hard. Yes. So no, it's because we want out loud. Because we wanted Eric to anchor in.
Well, normal. Could you want me to read it? Do you want me to read it?
Please read it.
Talk about moderation.
Keep in mind, we're talking about the particular point of being touched.
Please read the thing before y'all get back.
Read it out loud.
Yeah, but I want to make sure you're reading the right thing because we're talking about that today. I'm looking at it now, but I'm just trying to skim through it because I can't get such a word. Go ahead, Q, if you.
Oh yeah, good looking out, Louis. Look, next time, pick the right side and know what you're talking about before you put your money where your mouth is. Nick's on top.
Free was the okay. So this is something when I read this out from Officer Fisher Alvin. I read this out. So do you want me to read from a particular section? Because in section
before you start, what are you reading? What are you looking for?
Go to page 4. Go to page 4. Officer Fisher Alvin.
Right, but I'm saying what we're looking for in this book.
I'll check your Instagram.
Paragraph 2.
No, I got you. What are we looking for, though?
You're going to be more specific, Huey. He's not.
I'm trying to make sure we're looking at the right thing. I'm on page 4, and we're looking for what he was touched first before he said it, right?
Okay. Let me just read it out. Let me just read it out, okay? I attempted to ask them both what happened. I did not really get. Fisher Alvin. Fisher Alvin.
All right, thank you. All right.
Oh, yes, here we go.
Okay, paragraph 2. I attempted to ask them both what happened.
I could not really get anything out of Hunter, but Blank stated that he wanted to speak. I asked him what happened, and he stated that they were all sitting on the bleachers, under the Memorial High School tent, when another male who he did not know walked over and sat under the tent. Blank then said Austin, the victim, told this male that since he does not go to Memorial, he had to leave the tent. Blank had said during this time of arguing, the male was reaching around the. Oh wait, hold on. Wait, sorry. Austin,
I can read what happened. I'm gonna go when you finish. Go ahead.
Austin and the male went back and forth, and Austin stood up and pushed the male to get him out of the tent. Blank said that during the time of arguing, the male was reaching around in his bag. He had. It was the time. Sorry. My bad. It was the time.
It's not telling you what was said in the argument. They're just saying they were arguing.
No, that's the issue. Wait, hold on. That's not the dispute.
Oh, let me finish. I want to go out there. The dispute is what was said first, and that's why I was trying to ask you what were you reading, because I don't know if you understand what we're arguing here. We're trying to see what came first, the words or the action. That's what we're trying to find out.
That's new. That's the y'all trying to ask.
No, that's the argument we're having right now. I'm trying to see if he touched him before he started touching him again. That is the argument. Samoa, you still there?
Yeah.
I know y'all hate me.
That's the argument, right?
Real quick.
I got my point right here. Just
Let him read. Dog, let me give you the link. Dog, because I quickly have the link.
I'm ready to read here. No, it's on me because I'm waiting for him to finish. It's on me because I'm waiting for him to finish. Read my part. I do have a police report, yes. So here we go. This is my case of a deposit.
Which cop is it? Which police report?
It's Wetzel. Officer Wetzel.
You read it, well, then I'm gonna read it.
Okay, gotcha. Perfect. All right, perfect. So here we go.
So, Huey, here's where we close the casket on you.
Okay, cool. Here we go. So here's Wetzel, okay? He said, when I arrived on scene, I grabbed a rural crime scene, take further trucker, and proceeded to the visitor's bleachers where dispatch advised me the victim was. When I was walking towards the visitor's bleachers, I was approached by a witness who identified himself as blank. Began telling me what happened, and I asked him where the stop occurred. Yeah, he told me what occurred. So here we go back to the thing. The Austin and the suspect, who was later identified as Camilla Anthony. Anthony was from Centennial High, and he was sitting under the Memorial High School tent. Austin had told Anthony that he needs to move out from under the team's tent, and Anthony grabbed his bag, opened it, and reached his side and proceeded to tell Austin, touch me and see what happens. Now, again, according to this right here, no touching happened yet. Okay, cool. He said, no, one more time. I'm just reading what it says. It said, no one really thought Austin, no one really thought Anthony really had weapons in his bag, and Austin proceeded to touch Anthony, and then Anthony told Austin to punch him. Not just touch him, to punch him and see what happens. It shows how later Austin grabbed this is his report. Austin grabbed Anthony to tell him to move, and Anthony pulled out what Blank called a black knife and stabbed Austin once in the chest, and then he ran away. So again, the touching happened after he provoked him to say, touch me and see what happened. Yeah, he initiated. That's all I'm saying. Go ahead.
Huey, read yours again, Huey, because Huey's
Huey's off here.
Just let him fucking read it, damn.
Bro, shut the fuck up, bro.
Yeah, we want to hear both fucking sides. Don't gotta hear every fucking side. You can't read the full things. You guys keep on crying. Go ahead, Huey. And Samoa's gonna be.
I've got the police report up too. I'm gonna go after it.
Give me a second. Free, can you go to page 4 and read Fisher Alvin paragraph 2?
Yeah, because he's making you have to be a liar, Huey.
Huey, we know that one, bro. That's a general.
God damn.
It's pretty short too. You said second paragraph or what?
I mean, you can read the whole thing, but the pertinent thing is in the second paragraph.
Okay, let me see. I got, when I arrived, the crime scene was already marked off and the suspect was in custody. I began asking people if they were witnesses to anything. I made contact with Hunter Blank, which is basically a makeout, and then Blank. They were both breathing heavily and crying due to major events. They were with coaches on the field, and it was pouring down rain. We made a decision to relocate to the locker room just east of the field. Once in there, things calmed down a little bit. However, they were still hysterical. Could not really talk in there. I learned Hunter was a victim. To ask both what had happened, I could not really get anything out of Hunter, but Blank stated that he wanted to speak as to what happened. He stated that they would sit also on the bleachers on the Memorial tent. When another male who he did not know walked over there and sat on the tent, then Austin, the victim, told this male, since that he did not go to Memorial, they had to leave. Austin and the male went back and forth, and Austin to push the male to get him out of the tent. Again, it's not giving context what was said.
Hold on, what is back?
Right, but I'm saying it's really vague. Exactly, I'm saying it's very vague. It does, because if you said it in those words, and it changes the whole dynamic of everything. I'm gonna finish. I'm almost done. All right. Like said, no, because people will say stuff. Yeah, all right. Blake said during this time, I'm almost done. Two more sentences. Blake said during this time of argument, the male was reaching around his bag. It was at this time that the male took out a knife to Austin and unseen. This was all like, remember when he talked to me after this, I stood by with three athlete witnesses until CID arrived and interviewed them, and I was there to leave, blah, 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 blah. So that's it. So again, real quick, this is very important. Hold on, I just read real quick, I want to say something real quick. The point about them going back and forth is very important because it's vague as fuck. No, it's not everything. Because think about it. The first part I read gave context to it. That one doesn't. It said that he told him to touch him first.
One person's testimony.
Agreed. But that was more, right. But keep in mind, that was more, yes, but that was more detailed, though. That's why it matters more. Because that was more detailed. He just said they went back and forth. You don't know, right, but when we say that somebody went back and forth, you don't know who initiated. You don't have context.
So like Huey's example, Nathan, is back and forth. The first one.
If I tell you rape me, and you rape me, that means I initiated.
But that's specific, though. No, that's specific. If you say we went back and forth, you got raped.
My bad, Joe. I can't afford to talk over everybody. I just want to point something out. We keep saying that the first one was more detailed, but the first one negated the push. Like, so how can we go to
that's wrong.
No, it didn't. No, the first one didn't include that too. The first one you grabbed him. You said you touched him, and you grabbed him.
He can't speak over y'all. Just let the man finish. I want to read another page.
You guys mind if I just finish real quick, bro? In Huey's, it says they went back and forth, and then Austin pushed them. Okay? In the first statement, and the one that Norm's going to read right here, it says, in the back and forth goes like this. Austin Metcalf says, hey, bro, you're not from here. Get the fuck out of here. Mitch responds, I'm not going to fucking move anywhere. Touch me, and you'll see what happens, or whatever the fuck he says. Right? And then...
Metcalf said that. Some more like...
Yeah, my bad. Hold on. What I'm saying is that Carmelo Anthony responds to him when he says, get out of the tent, that touch me and you'll find out or something like that, right? And then he pushes him. Okay?
Well, let me read the police
report.
This is horrible. Okay. I'm going to read, I don't know what's horrible. I'm going to read the police report.
I wasn't confident in you.
Yeah, okay. I don't know why it was horrible. It wasn't. Okay. So he put down the crime scene, and now he's asking, the following is a summary of my contact with blank. Right? He's sitting under the Memorial High School pop-up tent with his team and was near the victim. Austin and the suspect, who was later identified as Carmelo Anthony, hang on, this is little on my phone. Anthony was from Centennial High School and was sitting under the Memorial High School tent. Austin has told Anthony that he needed to move out from under their team's tent, and Anthony grabbed his bag, opened it, and reached inside, and proceeded to tell Austin, touch me and see what happens. No one really thought Anthony really had any weapons in his bag, and Austin proceeded to...
He just read it. That was just read. Why did he read it again? Why did he read it again?
Exactly. Because Austin is terrible. Slow down. And Austin proceeded to touch Anthony, and then Anthony told Austin to punch him and see what happens. A short time later, Austin grabbed Anthony to tell him to move, and Anthony pulled out what we called as a black knife and stabbed Austin once in the chest, and then ran away. Okay, so...
Now read page 4. Read page 4.
Read page 4?
No. Yeah. What you...
I'm on page 4.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, Huey, second paragraph. So, like, Nathan, what Huey's saying is exactly the same order of events. It just doesn't give context on what back and forth means.
But I can't read it right now, but they didn't even include the push within that one.
In Huey's?
No, in yours. And the one that's El Normal. Where did it say he pushed them?
Brother, like El Normal just pointed out where
did it say he pushed them? I said pushed. I didn't say touch.
Can you read
I'm
it again?
using specific words.
Yes.
Where did it say he pushed them?
Yes, I read it again.
Hold on, I want to say that I gotta go. I don't know if it's giving me. I want to say I just did the research. Samoa and Free are right.
Thank you very much, brother. Thank you very much.
Sorry, Huey. You want me to read it again?
No, when did they push him?
Austin had told Anthony that he needed to
When
move
did
out
they say
from
he
under
pushed him? This is what they said he pushed him right here.
I'll read it out loud.
Never mind, bro.
Austin told Anthony he needed to move out from under the tent, and Anthony grabbed his bag, opened it, and reached inside and proceeded to tell Austin, "Touch me and see what happens." No one really thought Anthony had any weapons in his bag, and Austin proceeded to touch Anthony, and then Anthony told Austin to punch him and see what happens.
Respectfully, may I actually, you know.
So Samoa, you were right.
Right.
So Samoa, you were right.
Before he, hang on. Before he's touched, Anthony said.
When did they say he pushed him?
In the one that you read.
I'm just you now, bro. That's why I'm asking a specific question. I'm asking
in the one that you read.
Okay, so the one where Huey read said push, right? The one that he's reading doesn't say push, right? The one with Huey read, the one with Huey read said he was going back to push, right?
Yep, and then
And then the one with you read said, hey, he said, hey, touch me if I know.
Yeah, it explained the back and forth. Yeah.
So why is he on the bench?
No, because in Huey, there's a back and forth before the physical altercation. And in the one that El Normal and Freeze reading, there is a back and forth, but it's more detailed.
Are you ready for page 68?
Before the touch, yes.
Yeah, that's what I said. He said, hey, you want to cherry pick this one and say that, because he said to
one gives an ambiguity, the other was pretty clear. That's the difference. Yeah.
No,
one gives ambiguity, so one thing
one said that, hey, this wasn't that's a big it wasn't just a hey, like this, right? It wasn't just a simple like big player. They said they pushed. Right? I'm clear that they said they pushed back and forth. What does it mean after back and forth, right? That's what a big player. Hey, he said, hey, that's me and fucking fired up.
That's not what I was wrong. That's not what he said.
Trying to physically put him out the tent. What part don't y'all understand? That makes more sense. He was under the tent and was allegedly there. The young man said, "You can't be here."
with his words.
No,
Everybody going out of space. You begin to the end, but the truth begins to feel it. Renegades and we bring it out. Every now and then we bring it the codes. Similar to the Jack who stole to the dance in your way, so you take explosive, get it out. Send your body to fire. Every day gotta try to that. Every day come off of the ride. Oh, you said all these accolades. Everybody going out of his head. See me wait to the end, but the truth begins to feel it. Renegades and we bring it out.
Did you know a Muslim conqueror once
Again, I don't know what kind of accolades or you're supposed to be, but you don't act like that. I don't need to hear him because it doesn't make any sense.
You said you didn't know.
The old dusty bitch down. He's so pompous, I can't take it. Bottom line is, it's an unfortunate situation. I'll say it again. Both boys' families are affected. In this case, I can say it's about
more so one than the other, because the other one, he's dead. It was all self-defense. When he murdered him and killed him, it was in self-defense. Because if he didn't kill him and murder him, he would have been killed and murdered himself.
Yeah, I'm just thinking nobody's thinking about like the guilt or
But you guys are saying the same thing. What makes your article different than Huey? You're calling Huey a lot.
Yes, you're right. So Huey said that there was a physical interaction before there was words that were exchanged, okay? And we're saying you're wrong. There were words exchanged before.
Out of the tent?
No, wait, hold on.
Push him out?
Hold on. We're just pointing out that the words came before the physical interaction. We're not saying that he didn't try to grab him. We're not saying any of that.
Okay, after he said, what are you doing? You gotta get out.
Yes. And
I'm not going nowhere. He pushed him. That's what happened.
No. That's what we're saying. That's why we're supposed to report the point. That's not what he said. He said, get out. He said, touch me. No. See, come on, slow down. Let's walk through this. He said, he told me on the tip. He said, touch me. Like, you know, do something about it. And then he touched it. He said, I'm going to punch you. Meaning that touch is not enough. Well, real quick, don't ask this. What's this? I want y'all to think about this. About to punch me? He said, punch me in response to the touch. He said, escalate. He's like, the touch is not enough, so punch me. Yeah. This is real important. I want y'all to think about this. Hey, I want you, hold on, think about this. Both of the parties in first. Let me help you out because I don't think. No, real quick.
I just state what the claim was. A lot of people are hopping in later. They don't know what the claim is. I think
Samoa just did it. They understand that.
I made an objection to Samoa's recount of like events, sequence of like events that happened. Right. I said that Samoa was wrong because I was under the impression, right, that was it Metcalf? They push Anthony before Anthony said those words. But I did the research and the arrest report. Now this is not from social media. This is from the actual report. It says that Anthony said the words "touch me" to find out first before he was pushed.
Yeah, that's what I. Yeah, exactly. Someone pointed out. But here's I'm saying about 5 seconds. Y'all need to think about what both of those police officers said, regardless of the ambiguity or the discrepancies.
I got a question.
Listen. I got you. Oh, I'm about to finish. Goddamn, I got to land. Okay, cool. Just think about what they both said. He was reaching around in his bag while they was talking. That means it's pretty much that he's looking for the weapon at the time. It wasn't immediate. He's planning it at the time of the incident. He's actively searching for the weapon. So I just want you to think about that. Go ahead.
Okay. So my question is this. This is to you. If I said rape you, and then you rape me,
that's a fact.
That I escalated.
No, the rape is not after the yeah, it's not the same, but it's totally different.
Listen to what I'm trying to say. And answer the question. Now, I'm not asking you how to. Let's follow the logic. If I said rape,
the logic is flawed.
Why are you scared to? I don't want to violate you and be disrespectful, bro. If you can't answer the question, don't even interject.
I'm gonna answer the question. The premise is a contradiction. I'm gonna tell you why. Because
I didn't ask. Answer the question.
You can't ask someone to rape you.
Answer the question.
If you say don't rape me, and I say no, and then rape you, are you raping me?
Wait, how often do you hear those words?
Now, I'm gonna ask the question again. If I said, "Hey, rape me," and then you rape me, did I escalate the rape?
It's consensual.
Brother, I think they're right, and that there's legal nuance there, which like you can't.
So you ain't gonna answer the question.
You can't, cause no, it's a like.
No, they're saying because he said, "Hey, punch me."
Yeah,
or touch me. That he escalated. Because he said.
That's not the escalation. Those are fighting words. That's different.
So
the escalation is when he pulls out the knife. That's different.
Because he said, guys, that's what I'm saying again. Y'all saying
the words, though, Nathan.
Get this to your head, motherfucker, you only exist out here because of me. That's the reason. Without me, you, personally, every fucking wise guy still around, will take a piece of your fucking ass. That way you go.
It's fucking ridiculous. I'm giving you an analogy, bro. I don't care how you feel about it. I don't care if it's like, oh, too taboo. You don't see it happening. Just think about the logic. You're saying that because someone uttered the word, do this to me.
I started robbing drug dealers for a living.
You can say I was doing a community service.
Exactly.
Being facetious.
What that phrase should be interpreted as is
Don't say anything.
wait. What that phrase should, what any reasonable person would interpret that phrase to mean would be, don't touch me or else. I defend myself.
But also,
The problem is the second step, right? Like, just to focus up to Nathan, there's a difference between when he was the escalation. All right, can I quit?
No, you can't. So I think So I think the issue is that like a lot of people are forgetting that there was arguments even before he said if you touch me or touch me and find out what will happen. There was an argument, so no one even knows what was even said between the two of them. But we can say there was an escalating argument. It was probably a hostile exchange, and then the outcome was basically Carmelo sending him a warning, like if you touch me, you'll see what happens. So like I don't really understand like why all of a sudden people are acting all like biased as if they've never had interactions with other people or arguments with other people, especially in hostile environments, and then they have to think on their feet and say, hey, listen, I may have to respond a certain way. So I don't see where Carmelo's response in protecting himself was wrong, because like I said, it's a hostile engagement that was initiated by Austin and his twin brother.
All right, so let me just point out, like, we're saying the escalation is, this is for, like, Free's argument, right? So, like, when he says, touch me, and then you'll find out something to that regard, right? He's already set a threshold that should warrant a response that's, like, reasonable, like, in nature, okay? But then after he's touched and he crossed that line, he actually, like, escalated to something that's more, like, severe.
Because at the point he was touched, he's now being assaulted.
No, I don't think that was the point either. I think it's that they had an argument. They were having an argument.
No, I heard what you said. Yeah, but I'm telling you now that the state of mind of Carmelo Anthony, knowing the difference of severity when it comes from a touch to a punch, and by him being the one that moves the line while he's arming himself, looked a little bit questionable.
He's not the one.
It doesn't look questionable when you have people arguing with already approaching you in a hostile manner.
Only isolated.
They initiated the hostility. You're isolating it because you want to you want to make him the villain in your narrative.
All right, thank you. I'm only offering what the prosecution is going to provide as far as state of mind. So we can say, from step 1 to step 2, we can just look at this objectively and say, hey, his first point of understanding the threshold of where his line is the term touch. And then after that was crossed, he was already armed by now, right? By now he's armed. And now he's raised the standard of severity to punch. Because one would say he knows the difference between a touch and a punch. And because he didn't strike after the touch, he acknowledges that this isn't good enough. I can't hit you yet. But punch me and now it's going to warrant me hitting you with this thing. Okay?
No,
that was my argument all along.
So when he, it wasn't like
that's assuming the motivation. That's assuming the motivation.
Well, it makes the most sense, right? Because why did he shout him after he said touch him?
No, it does not make the most sense. No, it only makes the most sense if you're trying to point out the man guilty.
Why are you guys removing the fact that this boy Austin?
They didn't, because it's not true.
And it is actually very true.
He approached him with words, agent. You don't respond with violence.
He approached him with words and force, and the implication of force to remove him.
Exactly.
Let me look you. Yeah, Free just contradicted itself. Agent is after me. So Free just said it. Free said he approached him with words, and Free approached him with words, and you don't use violence, right? So Metcalf used violence against Carmelo Anthony's words. Go ahead, Adrian.
I'm not
So, hey Nick, how are you? So like my thing is that
like to isolate people and portray people as villains and not look at the context of the entire situation. When you approach someone, I mean, I don't know, I'm from New York. If you approach me in a hostile manner and you want to argue with me, you don't know what the outcome is going to be. They should have never approached him. It was two guys because it was the twins. They started an argument with him to get him from underneath the deck or the tent or whatever it was. At the end of the day, they should have never approached him. They should have never confronted him because that's how it's been repeatedly reported as a confrontation. Okay, so that already admits to some form of aggression. There's already some form of aggression coming from Austin.
Yeah, the problem is
knowledge is always approaching kids on the chance. Knowledge is always approaching kids on the chance. Knowledge is always approaching kids on the chance.
Go ahead, Knowledge. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's small. Come on, let's go.
So when we talk about confrontation, we're already saying that it's an aggressive communication style. So if you're approaching someone with aggression and hostility and you're trying to challenge them, that is going to be the result. You don't know what the result's going to be. So Austin initiated the problem or the altercation. And like, I don't understand why that continuously has been omitted from the conversation. Now all of a sudden people want to, especially some of you guys who have wished death on people, who have said some of the most egregious things to people, not knowing how they will respond to you. But now all of a sudden you're going to say, well, words are just words. I would never do such a thing. Blah, 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 blah. Come on, now get out of here. Like, you guys are so absurd. Like, you guys really don't understand how the legal system works. But everybody here wants to be a clubhouse lawyer. You got
The problem is knowledge approaches kids on the chance. Knowledge approaches kids on the chance. Boys are gonna talk to each other. But when you pull out a deadly weapon and not fighting.
Are in the court. Does anybody think this goal would be you? I'm more than bothered by said I was next.
Bro, if you want to go before me, go ahead.
You can go before me, Knowledge. I'll go after you. 20 seconds, less than 20 seconds.
It was Nick, bro.
Less than 20 seconds.
Who was it on?
Less than 20 seconds.
No, it was also more than me, but Knowledge should not say that.
Oh, no, you go ahead, Fifi, if you want to go before me. I'll speak.
For me to give around the Knowledge.
When they did Knowledge is very personal. Less than 20 seconds. I was going to say, everybody knows damn well that Louis is a fucking hypocrite because he knows on everything that his light stands for, that if he was in front of me and he would have been like, yo, push me, and if I asked him, push me one more time to see what happens, he would have shot me. He knew that's the only way he could have a fair hand. Thank you.
So please, Samoa, he said I could go.
No, yeah.
Samoa.
He's after me, Miss P. I'm not doing that.
Let me ask you, Samoa. You're at a football game. What's your favorite team? You're at a football game, NFL game.
Oh my gosh.
You say that. Please help me. This.
All right, let's go. Come on.
Roll with me. I mean, damn.
I'm at the Seahawks game. Go ahead.
So why are you trying to monopolize the mic?
I know.
Ooh.
I just want to know. Somebody said you're in my
Nigga, I'm literally in the queue, nigga. Go ahead, Miss Fifi.
If someone said, okay, you're in my seat, and you said, no, I ain't going nowhere. And the guy proceeds to say, you're getting up on my seat in your face. He said, come on, man, get up on my face now, come on. You gonna tell me, what you gonna do in that situation? That man put his hand on you and get you up out that seat.
Yeah, I'm a stab him.
You don't know what you're gonna do. I didn't say stab, I'm just saying these
I
are
would.
children. You're talking about children. You're thinking from a adult, man.
No, I would defend myself.
Yeah, he's being tried as an adult, by the way.
Yeah, I would
That's
defend
fine
myself.
too.
Yeah, so I would defend myself. But
I know he's being charged, and that's unfortunate too, Norm, because he is a child.
Well, he's not a child.
He's a young man. He's a teenager. He's an adolescent. That's all he's
You guys are very bitter. You guys are very bitter. It sounds that way.
Guys, so I would point this out.
Bitter.
Guys, I would point this out though, right? Is that when I was talking about the case, right? Come on, guys. Come on. Factors stubborn. All right. Come on, man. You guys are showing you guys. All right. So just real quick, okay? Because what Agent did there was a little disgusting, right? Like, kind of like generalize the statement when we're speaking about like the thresholds that Carmelo Anthony is setting for himself, right? I'm saying that if he warns him and says, "Touch me and you'll find out," that when he touches him, this is the time to strike, right? Because he's announcing like what his mindset is at the time, and that he is detecting, or he's detecting like some sort of an imminent threat, okay? But because he didn't respond at that time, I think that time is past him. Because now he draws a new line. The new line is a punch now, right? So the touch wasn't really that bad. And this is Carmelo Anthony saying this. Well, this is what Carmelo Anthony said. First he said, "Touch me and you'll find him."
So, I mean, well, that's kind of interesting.
Wait, can I finish?
Oh, go
ahead. Hey, thank you. Come on.
So, like, when Carmelo Anthony, like, first, and the events went like this. Austin Metcalf said, "Hey, man, get the hell out of here." He says, "Dude, I ain't going nowhere. Touch me."
That's not the fact. You are
Just wait, please, Miss Fifi. Please. Come on. We all agree now, right? Like, everybody that was on that side are now on our side, so let's just move forward, okay? And I'm just giving the charitable, like, reading of what Carmelo Anthony is saying. He's saying that he's grabbing his bag. He feels that there's this threat in front of him, and he tells him, "Hey, man, if you touch me, bro, you're about to get it." Right? So he's setting his line right here. The dude touches him.
We heard
he
this
does
from
nothing.
here already.
Hold on. The dude does nothing, right? And then himself, nobody else. Carmelo Anthony says, "Now punch me." Right there. That's an admission. Why
He did say that. He didn't read the police report. Page 4.
Why did he say that?
Why did he hit him though? Why did the
He touched him because they asked him to touch him. That's why.
All right, brother. Hey, Free. I defer the rest of my time to Free.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Sorry about this. So, real quickly, listen. Ladies, order. Because he asked him to. So, here we go. So, one of the boys. No, come on, hey, come on. It's on me. It's on me. I know I was just thinking you speaking. Oh, you want to do that? I may wait for you. Come on, I may wait for you now. Yeah, thank you. Come on now. The bottom line is, you guys are trying to look at this in like the worst faith aspect as possible. You're trying to make it seem like the white guy did everything wrong. Like Anthony did everything right, which is insane. The bottom line is.
Put white in there. We did not.
I know you're right. That's right. You're right. You're true. The male who is alleged victim, did everything wrong, and the alleged defendant did everything right. The problem is that it's totally normal to ask somebody to leave an area. You guys are trying to make it seem like he came to them hostile, like, "Get the fuck out of here." No, he probably asked him, "Hey man, this out here. Could you get out of here?" And there was some back and forth according to the report. He probably said, "Man, I ain't gotta go nowhere." He said, "Well, you're not supposed to be over here." And y'all should have an issue, if you're going to be objective, to think that he's by himself in this so-called racist area that people like to say. He's by himself as a black guy, and he's outnumbered. And it's probably in his best interest, even though he can be there, he has the right to be there. It's probably best for him to leave, but he doesn't, right? So once it escalates to where he, whatever felt some type of way, said, "Hey, touch me," because he asked for it. He said, "Why did he touch him?" He said, "Touch me." He touched him. He realized this is He realized this is not a good enough response for me to hit this dude. I want him to round me up. No.
I hope they don't have
it. Doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. I've been a young black man too. Listen, I've been a young black man. I'm not even going. Y'all cut me out. I'm trying to paint the picture for y'all, and y'all trying to erase all the evidence. I do, because you're going to keep asking these questions. No, you don't get it, because you still think he's justified. Yeah, exactly. I'm just telling you my position. So let me finish. Yes, order your court. Get these women on the check.
Alright, I love that we are all disagreeing with each other. It sparks the conversation, but let's just try to let people get their shit off.
Thank you. I'm almost
Why do they have to say the story over and over when they're not talking about the legality?
You guys asked me questions.
We didn't ask you any questions. We didn't.
Yes, you did.
No, we did not.
It's fine. I'll ask them anyway. Thank you. So, the boy asked him to touch him. Carmelo asked Metcalf to touch him. He did it. That sounded like a nice gesture to me. Then he said, "Hey, that's not good enough for me to kill you," which is nobody knows is about Anthony. So he says, "Hey, punch me," which is still not good enough to kill somebody. And little did you know, Metcalf is why did not do that, because he don't really want to be violent. He probably humiliated him by touching him because he probably didn't believe he would touch him. He probably thought this motherfucker actually touched me. right, well, punch me then. And he's like, you know what, I'm not gonna punch you. He grabbed him according to the police report, and then he plunged his knife in his chest. But in between that little interval, however long it was, he's reaching around in his bag. That doesn't make sense to do so. If I challenge, let's say, Nathan to a fight, because we're getting the argument on Clubhouse right now, and they say, all right, fuck it, let's do it, freak. We go outside, right? And I shoot him. Everybody would think, all right, just let me finish. I'm almost at this my last one. I know you don't like anything, you don't like thinking, it's fine, it's cool. You can go back, play crayons and everything, it's cool. But let me finish. So I shoot Nathan after the argument. We agreed to argue. I initiated combat with him, say, hey, we're gonna go out and fight. I said that. Because clearly, if he wants to come outside with me, that would be the mutual engagement. I could have shot him inside the clubhouse, so hypothetically we was in the same room. But I take him to another space, and I already know what I'm gonna do. I plan on shooting him. So when he's reaching the bag, he knows what he's gonna do. He's not trying to fight him. He's trying to stab him. That's not a good sentiment for the situation at hand. The way he felt about it. You should feel like killing somebody because they took you about you. You definitely can, because by your logic, women will be bullshit. Because I know a lot of you don't believe when she hit women. No, stop.